and enjoy the day. And Branko knows everything else.
I can try. I'm quite sure that I know everything. I can try. Today we start the presentation of biologists, but one we have experience is sort of drawing assessment in biology and mathematics. So quite interesting, I think, for both sides. Or first, we have Rokos from University of Czech Republic. He's full professor there, and he's also secretary of the European Association in Science Education. So it's very pleasure to have you, Lucas, here and yes, for it. We have not mics, we have two of them, one for a speaker and another one for people who like to ask a question. I will hold an answer when raise hand, I will go them. Thank you very much, Lucas.
Thank you, Branko. So, welcome everyone. I'm happy that we can be together here, and I'm really appreciate the invitation to speak to you, and also the chance as a first speaker today, as a biologist. We just agreed with the previous speaker from the previous day that it's not normal. Usually we wait to the end as biologists in this event. So it's a pleasure. I would like to speak about argumentation and concept cartoons in STEM education. And the topic is design and visualization. So visualizations are very important for biology as well, and working with the data and also working with pictures, drawings, and visual representations in biology. So I will give you students. So I just want to start with a short theoretical background that we can improve science students' data visualization, and very often we talk about scheme-based approach. We want to connect everything together. So you can see it maybe from this paper. And in biology, it's very similar. We need this representation to follow our ideas and also the representation from different biological phenomena. Then we focus on concept cartoons now, and we can see that concept cartoons are somehow connected to constructivism and constructivistic approach. And also, it's a big topic for biology, the constructivism. I guess that all of us, we have something about inquiry-based education, which is like a friend of problem solving in mathematics. So we use rather inquiry-based education in biology education. And then, if we look on a certain paper, it's using concept cartoons to assess students' beliefs about preferred approaches to mathematical learning and teaching. We are back in mathematics now. If we started working with concept cartoons few years ago with my colleague. My colleague is from Department of Mathematics, so the initial idea comes from mathematics because concept cartoons are typically used in mathematics, and we started to use it in mathematics as well. And we found some similarities, but also differences then in using them, and also the approaches how we can assess them. So let's use back a little and let's say something about the why of growing. If we talk about why in biology, why in science education, I think we can go to science, not to talk only about biology, because you need drawings in chemistry as well for reactions. You need that in physics to follow some phenomena. It's a visual representation, and it's important to provide this drawing to students. And you can follow like cognitive aspects. We can see three main points here, and it's about abstraction, simplification, and embodiment. Then we can follow pedagogical frame. let's say that we can motivate students with some drawing, and it's not only about like providing them drawing, but also let them do the drawing. It's a little tricky in biology because they often we follow something which is about biological rules of drawing. That means maybe my colleagues will kill me now if I say it, but the worse drawing, the better biological drawing. That means that if it is not art, it's just very bad picture, but it follows the rules. It's a difficult thing in biology. And then it's about communication, cooperation, and culture activity. What about the technical reasons? Very often it's some observation, it's representation and reasoning. So we are here making argumentation. That means that we use the drawing for reasoning to talk. And scientific practice is a knowledge development, modeling, and problem solving, and creativity. Creativity is a big topic now, which is still difficult. And it's a possibility how to make science education more attractive, to give bigger space for students and their own creativity. Another thing, which is just another visual representation now, the same theme, but what is important for my rest of the slide, it's about engagement, because we use it to engage students in these concept platforms. Then it's important that we can see their ideas and they can explain them through these places. And it's about maybe reasoning that how we can approach the concept garden. And I'm still talking about something which is concept garden. I think that you know about that. But just to be sure, let's sum up a little. What is concept cartoon? This is very simple concept cartoon, of course, without content. So you will just put something into the bubbles. As a teacher, you can put something into the bubbles, or you give the statement or questions, and students will put something into the bubbles. So let's say that concept cartoons are very easy to create. You need foreheads, or you don't need them, just bubbles, and that's it. It could be very flexible even for teachers. Why? I will focus on it a little later, but let's say that we can see the misconception very often, because we very often provide a question or a statement which contains misconception. So we can see the reaction. If they follow the bubble with some misconception, it means that we should focus on this topic a little more. Simple graphic, definitely it's one of the advantage, because my students usually think that I'm not a student of the art education and I can draw that and something like that. So you can download it. So you can even do it virtually, or you just take something and usually use some like templates for it. And this is another point, 3 or 4 speech bubbles are enough. That's right. You don't need so many ideas. And usually we use one as an empty bubble, and that means that you come with your own idea. Why you disagree or agree with students. And we have different variants now. It's like about combining possibilities. We don't need to follow all of them. Like one is true and the rest are not true, they are false. So it's just many options. But let's say that the last input I mentioned is one empty bubble where the students can fill their own answers. And I have some examples here. So let's focus on this first example, which is about snails and the salt. And it means that you will see 4 statements here. And this is like a more scientific topic. It's like science, because we can see the interempirical connection here, biology and chemistry. So just make a short time to just read it. We will not solve those concept items now. Yeah, because I know that 10 minutes to discuss all bubbles here now. So this is the first example, which is with a biological background, but also there is some chemistry in this, and also we can we can see what it is there, because it's about moving elements. So that's one example. Let's focus on the second one, which is an environmental issue, and it's about biofuels. So let's say that it's something which is often discussed now because we talk about sustainability, climate change, green approach. So you can provide some statements here, and these examples are actually adapted from foreign curriculum. It's not from our curriculum now, but we changed a little statements there to be a better acceptable for our students. So let's say that it's example number 2. And example number 3, which I really like, it's about shadows. And it's very good discussion with students about this topic. So it's another thing which is connected to physics as well as with biology, because we can also connect this idea with climate change and with environmental approaches. If it is darker and also colder, maybe that place. So that's another thing you can start a discussion with that. So now I will show more examples, but not with animated way with the visualization. So now is it just a picture. I really like this example. I try to find the real solution for this issue. I spent maybe 4 or 5 hours googling the documents and papers about these beans and how they grow, and the result is that I still don't know the right answer. So it's nice. So please, I will not provide you a solution now because I found definitely contrary ideas about it. And next one, which is very interesting because it's biological, physical, and chemistry topic as well. It's called electricity and birds on the electrical wires. And you can see that you can approach the kids with very, very easy statements. It's not necessary to provide them a scientific statement. It's perfect that you can write it in their words. And they have also possibility here to add own idea. So that was about examples. Why we use concept chemicals in STEM education? We started to do that in teacher preparation in our faculty, and we do it in the Department of Mathematics, Department of Biology, part of the Department of Physics. And it's good feedback because you know more information about students' knowledge, how they can argue why they supported this idea. So that's about their argumentation. Then also students' idea. If they need to provide own idea, it's easy to see if they are comfortable with the topic or not. Of course, it's a possibility to see misconceptions related to different topics this time. And also we can foster students' creativity. If we let them prepare own concept cartoons, it is not that we put them the concept cartoon, but they can prepare their own concept cartoon. And that's the task we do with our students. The assignment is create your own concept cartoon. For Department of Biology, we started with biological topic. Now we do the scientific, like STEM topics. It's more tricky for them because it needs more complex issue than the biology. And also, we work with the statements. So they need to clarify why they put the statement in the concept cartoon, and if how they can argue for that. So you see some support questions here. Which children is the on your picture is right and which is wrong and why? If there are some special conditions when the bubble is two, and then we work with deductive argument, which is very, very difficult for students without the mathematical background. So I will show you few samples of our students. They are in Czech, but I will just say you something about it. So you can see that they work very nicely with creativity because they draw it on their own. This topic is about mushrooms, about edible mushrooms, and poisonous mushrooms. So quite good topic with some practical reasons. So that's one example. Then another one, we can see that they prepare it virtually. It's about reptiles and about their lives and typical life like stages and characteristics. Another one about cell biology, very nice drawing, but very difficult topic, of course. And when I was talking with the students, I asked, and what about this bubble? What do you think is the empty one? And the student just answered, I had no idea about the four bubbles, so I decided to put them empty. So that's a good solution, of course. Then another one is about light and its impact on human. So it means like the light is okay for us at night, of course, because there is light in the street. Another one, the light is bad for us at night, but the phone or smartphone is fine. And then another one, I think that it depends what kind of light it is. So it's interesting topic to talk about then. And the last one, quite funny approach to do that. And actually, it's about cell biology as well, which is not very obvious from the picture now. So that means that all cells are the same, yes, because they have like nucleus. Then I think that my cells are not same as the elite cells pattern, and I think that cells have different function and different size and so on. So we focus then when they prepare this topic, and we work with some categories because we want to work with these concept cartoons. So you can see that this approach is for mathematics. This is for biology. It's very, very similar. But our finding is that in biology, it's a little more difficult to use concept cartoons because in mathematics, very often you are right or wrong. It's easier to just to decide. But in biology, we have many like special cases where the statement is not correct. Yeah, and I'm going to the end, definitely to the end. And we prepare now a paper which was already mentioned at the beginning. It's a joint assessment of problem both in mathematics and biology. The first thing what we found from the preparation of our paper is that nobody was focused on it definitely in biology, which is really good thing to know. But it's really hard to write something then. And one question we have in mind, if we can use concept cartoons as the example of A in the abbreviation scheme, it is art and creativity. If they prepare it on their own, if we can consider it as a filling this A with concept cartoons. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Anyone has questions here or online? Anyone else? Because I will bring the microphone.
Okay, thank you so much for the nice presentation. My name is Marwan. I also work with the similar thing, but not in the concept cartoon, but in the comics in biology. When I work with this team, my college criticized me why I'm using comic because it is okay in the part of biology that you can see it with the real eye. like a tree or animal is okay because it can make a simplify. But for example, if you work in like protein or cell, it still make the new misconception because if you simplify the form of the protein, for example, usually I'm using like a bubble to draw the protein, but the actual protein is not like that. So all my colleagues in my place criticize me. It made a new misconception. And what is your suggestion for me? Because I'm not only dealing with simple thing in biology, but also in the microbiology. And it is possible to doing some future collaboration with you because I'm doing the same thing. Thank you so much.
Thank you, too. Thank you for this point, because usually we have very similar issue at our department as well, because some of my colleagues they say, you need to see the real things, this representation is not valid because you decide to put there something which is not really biologically correct. And also, I will be happy to be in touch with you. We assess in those concept cartoons the visual representation, if it is correct from the biological perspective, because for example, we have a very nice concept cartoon related to photosynthesis. The bubbles were absolutely fine. This topic is taught at fifth grade. It means children approximately at years old, maybe 2 years old in the children language. And the visual content there was the real cycles photosynthesis from metabolic pathways from that very terrible chemical reactions and everything else. And these children, they have no clue about chemical elements at the time and so on. So we assess also the level of visual representation and the correctness. So, and you said you are focused on comics in this field. We also did something very similar. So maybe we can be in touch and share some ideas because we have some biological comics as well. But we are struggling with this studying issue. And if you let students do that, very often they use something which makes misconception to them. So it's issue, but you can find some maybe support in a little bit as well. So, it's difficult question, you didn't know solid here in 1 minute, 1 second now. I know that's all right.
We have one more question.
Okay, I'm old enough, I'm 77, and I know from my experience, every science will find people who will insist on absolute correctness. But in education, we cannot expect absolute rigorousness. So I would say that if we approach step by step this knowledge, is much better than just speak about every small detail, if it is correct, left, right, from the center of the. So please teach your colleagues that we are not talking about research papers. We are teaching about study materials to our students. And if we do this, then they can understand and we will be happy.
I absolutely agree with this. Thank you for this comment because I said that my colleagues are not here. They need to hear this, right? Because usually I have also my colleagues, the pure biologists. It's they work at the faculty of education, and that means that they are pure biologists. So they have different technology called the correctness in biology. But I absolutely follow this idea that we couldn't expect from students presently, which is at our kids at school, the absolute correctness. So thank you so much.
I still get the sense that I need, because I'm not into biology. And he's the main agenda for biology, biology. Can we put something on that? So I think for
It's fine.
But then these representations have very different characteristics. As my counsel says, they might operate in drawing, stuff, so those representations that might be important to just.
Thank you for that. Actually, yes, usually we are focused on like the problematic issues and coming with argumentation in that issue. It's not from like going for invisible to invisible, it is the argumentation because then we will focus on how parts of it. But we have in biology something which is called critical issues of curricula. So that means a topic which is usually with bad results of students in argumentation and knowledge. So we try to connect these representations with these critical issues of curricula and put the critic level of critical level of these issues curriculum over there. So usually we are connected with biology, cell biology, which is one critical issue, and then another critical issue is geology, which was not mentioned there. But this is what we follow. Maybe it should be very qualified in the interaction. So sorry for that, but we follow this concept with critical issue. And I think that my time is over.
Thank you very much for the interesting talk. And I would like to introduce my next speaker, but before, does anyone need internet access? Okay. No one else? Okay, and make sure that please sign one of the sheets. It's very important for the organization. And I would like to introduce our next speaker, Shireen, who is my really great PhD student, not so long, because I think she's starting to do physics probably this week or next week. So you hear about culture, architecture, mathematics. So, thank you, Shane. So you are interested.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, John, for the introduction. As John said, I'm a PhD student, and today I will be talking about creating STEAM and visualization, visualizing transdisciplinary STEAM practices. So, what is visualization? So we have to thank Rekha because she did the introduction 2 days ago. But visualization is the act or process of interpreting in the visual terms and forms and putting into visible way. And it can aid people to understand and interact with complex data, basically. And the good visualization is that it brings everyone in the room on the same understanding level, regardless of their knowledge, their background, and their level of expertise in a certain field. So what can we visualize? We can visualize basically anything, any content we want to focus on, idea or concept that we want to bring in a visual, interactive, clearer and smoother way for understanding. And where can we visualize? Again, anywhere. So in formal and non-formal learning environments, we can perform any visualization we would like to do, and again, depending on the content. Okay, so how can we visualize? We can visualize with several tools. So there are basically endless ways of visualization if we think about it. And it depends on the content and the pedagogy you're following, and of course on the learning environment. So for that, we have divided the tools basically to give an idea. So the digital tools and the physical tools. So the digital tools can show any form or any content in a digital way on screens, pictures, maps, graphs, using softwares like the CAD systems like Maya, Blender, GeoGebra, mathematical modeling, augmented reality, virtual reality, XR, basically all the realities, and 3D printing. Also, we can visualize using videos, movies, also all the software that could help us, like Canva, Word, PDF, and so forth. Also, there are some applications, mobile applications that can help visualize. We can put trails or educational trails like maps, city maps. So for the physical tools, we can also use endless ways of visualization depending on the content. So paper, pen, drawings, illustrations, games, blocks, 4D frames, origami, even sewing kits. So also we can visualize storytelling using theater, shows, dances, and so forth. So there are a lot of ways to visualize in many forms. And what's interesting is the 3D transformation, which is bringing the content and being able to visualize it or to display it or to deliver it in many forms, like in digital tools and using also physical ones. So visualization is impacted by technology, pedagogy, and content, and the learning environments. And I hope they're not all sweets and candies. And for that, I would like to focus now on my research and how we use visualization in order to deliver the outcomes of my study. So in a nutshell, as you can see the nutshell already. So the idea of my research emerged from the focusing on and utilizing real life example, which is architecture, which is basically around us everywhere and influences our lives. And for that, we would like to take the architecture examples into the learning environments, whether a classroom or a non-formal one, and start to analyze them from a mathematical point of view, artistic, cultural, and historical. And from here, we tackle interdisciplinarity. And also there's this terminology of architectural visualization, which is already an existing one, which helps the architect use several ways of graphical representation, whether it's a physical one using paper pen or a digital one using any screen, basically to deliver these concepts of the architectures. So it could be using video, animation, or even a simple maquette of the architecture. So architecture and art's relationship is very strong. So architecture is a living and evolving art. Moreover, architecture is the only art that you can help us feel. So you can avoid paintings, you can avoid music, and you can even avoid history, but without getting away with architecture. So from this strong relationship, the relationship isn't actually new, it's ancient. It comes from even all the ancient civilizations, like the ancient Egyptian architecture, or even the ancient Romans and many others. So how we visualize and use architecture to bring this connection of art and architecture, and moreover the visualization. So how they use the temple walls to simply tell the story of their lives and their civilization and evolution of this civilization. So this is not a painting. This is from the ceiling of a temple in Egypt with all the information about how they lived and how they their stories are still living with us until today. So from these connections, we want to ask the question in STEAM. A is for art and for architecture, and for us, basically, A is for both. So we try to tackle this transdisciplinary approach in our research. So basically, transdisciplinarity is a way to overcome the discipline silos, creating homogeneous practices that bring different disciplines together using different methodologies and different learning approaches. And it evolved from interdisciplinary to transdisciplinary, where we try to focus on this part, the STEAM plus X part, where we define our practices. So we developed for that a theoretical framework, which is STEAM plus X, where X could be equal to any discipline according to everyone's research, but for us, X equals architecture or culture or history. So it's a way of extending STEAM and involving any other disciplines into the practices. For the theoretical framework, I've used a couple of ones, but for the sake of this speech, I'm focusing on TPAC, where we bring the content, pedagogy, and the technology into these practices. We have developed a tool, a web tool, in order to guide the teachers on how to develop these practices. So it takes the teacher in a journey where they define the age, the learning content, which is the architecture, learning environment, it could be formal or non-formal, and then the technology used, whether it's digital or physical technologies for visualization. We've also conducted several professional development workshops, cross-culturally, mainly introducing to the teachers idea of interdisciplinarity, mathematical modeling, and then the connection to other disciplines, whether it's art, history, or culture, while using technology, of course. So they basically use GeoGebra to do the mathematical modeling, as we will see shortly. And we're following design-based research methodology. So we have conducted 2 cycles cross-culturally, so in different countries, tackling different cultures. And I would like now to jump more into the results of the study, basically to emphasize on how visualization helps us to deliver the outcomes of our team practice. So the digital visualization we have used. So some of the teachers use GeoGebra to model these architectures, mathematical modeling, and then they deliver their counts of outcomes in a 2D and 2D screenshots from GeoGebra to show the different architectures. So these 3 examples were captured from the Libyan cycle conducted in Libya. This is also another example, but here we show that the teacher used the images and the text to end the mathematical modeling all in one software to deliver the interdisciplinarity of these practices, also connecting to the culture and history of these architectures. Sorry, it's in Arabic, but it just shows the idea. And some other teachers use videos in GeoGebra to show their content or the outcome. So this is a video of one of the oldest cities around the world in Libya called Ghazna City. And here the teacher wanted to show the outcomes in a video form. So they didn't leave out the art, so they connected to the art in several ways, in the symmetries, proportions, and even colors. And they tried really to capture or to simulate the real architecture, which is the challenge and how complex is the mathematical modeling be. Okay, so another form of visualization was captured from the Indonesian cycle. So one of the teachers modeled the national monument in Indonesia. They also tried to capture all the realistic elements in this architecture, but also used augmented reality as another visualization technology for their outcomes. This is also another example from Indonesia that the teacher reported that she was so much interested in delivering even or visualizing even the engravings or carvings from the walls this wall. So which is basically a little bit hard to do in GeoGebra, but they really wanted to capture the realistic model of this architecture. Another example of, but this is from different interventions. So this one from Austria, and here the student actually took the augmented reality visualization and they reflected it in the real environment, which is the outdoor environment. And these are another examples from Germany and Libya and Saudi Arabia of different architectures. This is another possibility, which is the virtual reality. So this is me and the Oculus, and basically here we imported the outcomes of the teachers into the headsets to have more of an immersive experience and test how could these practices be implemented in virtual reality, or how virtual reality could be a possibility for visualization. Another digital visualization, which is the 3D scanning. Unfortunately, we didn't have the technology for this during our research, but here we only knew by the possibility of it. So for the physical visualization, we have used also a couple of visualizations to show the outcomes of these practices. So the 3D printing. 3D printing could be a very nice technology to invite transdisciplinary because it basically integrates engineering, mathematics, design, technology And according to the content you are 3D printing, you can also connect to culture and history. So these are some examples of the students from Austria and how they printed their architectural visualizations. There are other tangible ways and physical technologies that can be used. For example, this was of a Saqqara pyramid in Egypt, which is a step pyramid. This was implemented by 5-year-old from kindergarten and 8 years old with origami. And this shows the problem-solving process of how they managed to do this in origami. So this steps behind it. This was captured from, it's basically the concept of applying these practices with 4D frames and toothpicks and homes, which is actually was done last year here at the JPU in the youth technology fair. And this was captured from the internet, but here it shows how we can visualize in tangible ways like the Eiffel Tower and church, which was implemented in this way. Other possibility could be the Lego and connecting to the learning environment again. So it's an outdoor learning environment, capturing architectures from outdoor environments and then implementing it in a tangible way. So what's interesting is the 3D transformation or the ability to visualize in different forms, and whether it could be a physical one using 3D printing or a digital one of various architectures. And at last, we would like to focus on the learning environment possibilities and visualization. So learning environment could be, as we said earlier, could be implemented in an outdoor learning environment. We did here a study using Map City Lab, where we tried to integrate concepts like the cultural heritage reconstruction, for example, of reconstructing this Sphinx model head using pen and paper, or even with digital tools like and mathematical modeling. Another example, which is surprisingly here, was conducted last year in the Theater of Vision, which was a shadow theater, basically integrating the paper, shadow, and light to give the story of the storytelling of the famous scientist Johannes Kepler. And from here, this connects also with our campus, which is architecture, so we get to know the history or why it's called this way. So these are all ways to visualize in physical forms and in different learning environments. The museum learning environment also has a huge potential. So this study was conducted in a museum in Egypt, and the teachers captured different artifacts and museum collections in order to integrate these practices. And these are the outcomes, integrating mathematics, culture, history, and arts, and technology. So they basically use also 3D printing and augmented reality afterwards. And the last thing is the serious games and visualization. So serious games could be also has a huge potential in this research, maybe for future research, because the digital games could be also implemented in order to develop or to model these architectures in Minecraft and building these amazing architectures. Also, this is a possibility to further take this and connect other disciplines behind these architectures. And a physical game could be the poly universe, which is also using these forms and patterns, and one could develop symmetries and try to build things like, for example, towers. This was captured from the experience workshop. And also stimulate architectural symbols that could be on architectural buildings, these two churches, and how to simulate the components of these architectures. The 3D transformation again, so these authors managed to do the digital transformation of this poly-universe in digital form, which is also an interesting idea to develop in a physical and yet also in a digital way. So lastly, how can we assess visualization? So I will not go deeply into the ability to visualize and go back to Tobias' talk, but basically it's simply how to explain the content. So the content learned from these practices is a way or a tool how to know if it's a good visualization or not. So learning by doing and then conceptualizing this learning. Basically, also the way the students or the learners use tools to visualize, so which technologies and tools did they use, physical, digital, and then also the process, which is the problem solving process during this visualization that happens, integrating mathematical modeling, the discipline connections, whether through culture and history and so forth. So for us, visualization, this helps us deliver our learning content and outcomes. And for that, we are eager to encourage teachers to enable visualization in their pedagogy and in their content, and to be able to promote these ways to students in order to help their problem solving skills, reasoning, creativity, and technology know-how of sorts. And thank you.
I have a paper that we want to set in short in this process of illustration as well. Question.
So this was Leonardo, we encourage the life of this more in art.
Yes. I was just wondering about these new presentations that you have. How long does it take?
So it basically depends on the geographic requirement. Affects, of course, the length of the duration of how they get to do this. But it's there, so if they have a geographic knowledge, you can take up to 4 or 5 sessions of like scaffolding, giving them very simple architectures and harder, and then letting them choose their own architectures and go through this process alone. So unlike the task at the end, basically. So it's there, but it depends on their prior knowledge.
Congratulations. It's amazing. You're working with professors and teachers.
Yes.
Yeah. Do you have any knowledge about school level that the secondary school teachers take these questions, how they learn that into the school environment?
Yes, so one of the teachers in Austria implemented these practices with high school vocational school in Austria. So they were aged 15 to 16 years old, and they really managed to do amazing outcomes with these practices. But I haven't tried them in the secondary level so far. For the primary levels, we've tried some hands-on activities like blocks or origami. So these were the possibilities. So I'm not taking the GeoGebra, focusing on features, but maybe in the future we go to the students and explore the steps. Any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Just back.
Assume.
This is Zoom. This is.
But continue.
I'm sure. Can you help me?
Yes, of course. Lunch meeting there.
Audio, no?
Yeah. You don't need to do it, but
Yeah, just,
This?
yeah.
yes,
Yes.
okay.
And then
Mm.
just muting it.
This?
Perfect.
Okay.
Now you can
and,
share
share.
your presentation.
Desktop. Share.
Oh, open system. You need to give permission to people to use. Just here on Zoom.
Mm.
Authorize this. And cancel that. And now you can share. Sure. Forward and share.
Prezi. And
Oh, but you didn't share.
Yes.
No.
Because you
this is Prezi.
can do it.
Oh, it's very,
I
very
can do
simple.
it. I can do it faster.
Here.
Now this is the
It's okay.
yeah. I mean,
Okay.
Okay.
I would like to introduce our next speaker, Lila Korenova from Bratislava. And we have been working together on augmented reality and then lots of projects. And Lila is sending her students here, and then we are doing some interesting things. So Lila, we have 15 minutes. We need to keep the time.
Thank you, Zsolt, for invitation and good morning. I start my presentation. Maybe. Okay. Yes. Topic of my presentation is augmented reality in STEAM courses for future teacher in our university, in Comenius University in Bratislava. Augmented reality has gained popularity with the Pokemon Go game application. Who knows the Pokemon Go application? Yes, oh, this is good. Augmented reality is the addition of a virtual component, the real world. By definition, it must be interactive over time. This is important. New augmented reality applications are being added every day. Many children's books have an augmented reality application as a supplement. Application with IR can be with a marker. That is, if we need to have printed information for the application. For example, architects use an application that creates viral building or apartments for a sketch of building. Other applications are markless, such as the IKEA application, which displays a virtual armchair in a real flat, for example. Next application is Lego with AR. Here are the differences between augmented, mixed, and virtual reality. This is some difference. And this is HoloLens. HoloLens is mixed reality. A lot of literature has already been written about the use of augmented reality in education. I asked the artificial intelligence company ChatGPT what they thought about it. This is her answer, and we can agree with her. We can augmented reality use in interactive learning, practical training, virtual field trips, in personalized learning, and so on. We have some projects in our university that is focused on researching the use of AR in the classroom. We have a second project at our university that is focused on researching the use of AR in the classroom. I have prepared examples of some of the applications we have used in our research. They can be used for different courses and also for STEAM education. A very good application is Quiver Vision and Quiver Education. You can print out coloring pages and various topics, and this application websites, many of them are free. This is short video. I haven't sound. Oh. Okay. Next video is Quiver Education. This okay. The octagons 3D application with virtual animals is suitable for children in kindergarten or the first grade of primary school. There's no better way to enhance a person's mind and experience than through is interesting for biology, maybe. Okay. The StarWalk application is suitable for geography and astronomy. You can use it to look at the stars during the day. The app is interactive. I need short video. Okay. Next is 3D anatomy, can be used for biology, maybe. Elements 3D is an excellent application for chemistry. What I like most is that if you put two chemical elements together, it shows the substance formed by their reaction. For example, Ni and Cl to form salt. Show you. Oh, sorry. Okay. Good. Okay. We have done a lot of research in our university projects since 2018. We have been looking for suitable application with AR, trying them out in teaching maths, technology, computer science, biology courses for future teachers. We are also doing research where we are using AR application in STEAM teaching. Some of our publications are published in the book AR in educational settings. The editor of the book is Professor Theodosia Prodromou, and this is the chapters. We have tried the augmented polyhedron application in mathematics and geometry courses for perspective teachers. Students work in a group. Their task was to figure out what solid was on the given markers. Then they had to model these solids using the polyhedron building block and create a project on paper. This is some video from students' work. This is very funny when teachers measure virtual solids and combine virtual augmented reality and in polyhedron building blocks. Yes, this is result. We need reading the chapter. This is the next research, augmented reality application in early childhood education. This is next augmented application, augmented reality in teaching technical skills courses. Okay. This is ArchiSTEM. This is new. The main aim of this research was to explore the link between STEAM, education using augmented reality, and the development of digital, technological, and mathematical competencies. Students were tasked with design and implementing a project for children aged 6 to 11 years old. The project focused on STEAM learning outside of the classroom, mainly through outdoor activities in the student school or local community. Students had to create a comprehensive project plan that included activities involving estimating, comparing to actual measurements, and collecting data about buildings from the internet. This is sample, one project. First, they photographed the building, then they sketched with the children on the interactive whiteboard and modeled it with paper. Then they measured the the dimensions of the building on a wall with the children. With application, ER application in measure. They note down the dimension estimates and they measured size in a table. They searched the internet for historical data about the building. Last. This is project with Ozobot. Ozobot is a robot for children and have augmented reality application Metabot. And this is students' video, students' project. This is in real Ozobot. And this is in virtual Ozobot. This is Metabot. And this is next students project with color programming. And thank you for attention. In the lunch, question in the lunch.
We can do it. I have one. Because when you put the definitions there, have you heard of there's a new game? It's Mario Kart. You are all familiar with Mario Kart, but now they have this new version that you have the car, the actual car, and you play in the TV watching what the car is doing. That could be augmented reality. Consider it's
Augmented reality need some definition. This is first, and first, augmented reality application is that, but combine virtual and real. Virtual is a lot, and real is and need interactive in time. This is very but maybe is.
because I had the feeling that it's the other way around. Because usually you have the screen,
Yes.
and you see something through the screen. You move the screen around. This is the physical thing moving, and you're just watching the physical thing in the.
Yes.
It's strange. I will show you. I will show you a video later.
Yes.
And you
Okay.
More comments and questions? No. So we have coffee break now. We probably have 5 minutes for the coffee break. So we need to take time. So thank you very much. You will have here in 5 minutes.
Aha. I need one photo for,
Oh, yes.
oh. Can you help me? Can you help me?
Yes, of course.
Stop sharing.
Yes, let me.
Yes.
Yes.
Stop share. Ah, okay. It's okay. Thank you.
You.
It's okay.
You have a stamp from.
I did not see that.
Of course. We can.
But the thing is, I am.
We can do it and. So you can start, then I will send you. Perfect.
So welcome back. Please. Okay, we will put the lights on.
Are you sharing this?
Yes.
All yours.
So please make sure that you sign if you didn't do it. then-
Please, don't forget to sign this. It's very important. Forget.
And that all present is loading.
Next person that is online or online?
No.
Oh, it's not. Okay. I know.
Hi, Noah. Hi, Noah. Can you hear us?
Yes, I hear you. I am here.
Now you are settled for the second
Yeah.
round today. Everybody is seated.
We
Okay, whenever you want.
Hear us?
cannot hear you.
And let me introduce in the meantime our next speaker, Noah Danatika. Noah, you have 10 minutes and then 5 minutes. I guess you have technical problems right now.
Do you hear me?
Supposed to be working, but
It's not.
no,
You hear me?
no, we don't hear you, Noah. Sorry. Let me just try to solve this. So now,
And now?
yes,
Yeah.
but I just hear you from here.
Can you hear it now?
No.
We could hear him.
Yes, he's here, but let me see if it works now. Please, can you
Okay.
speak again?
Let's try the same way that
We stop hearing
Richie
you.
did it
go and
in
check.
Woodstock. Number 9, number 9, number 9. You are too young to remember Woodstock.
Up there, yeah, up further up, really.
Sound. Doesn't happen. Doesn't
Hold on.
happen anything again. So
Yeah, output volume.
nothing happens.
Strange.
Anybody know how to work this? We're trying to do the output volume.
I just test speaker. Nothing happens.
No. Don't know what that's.
Mm.
Is there any mouse here? We should move
Yeah,
this.
that's what we try. Nothing happens. Oh, okay. Maybe it's not a touch screen. Tony, I'm afraid it's not a touch screen. No, could you say something now?
Yes, let's try.
Yeah, it's working now.
Great.
Then let me introduce you once more. And you got the floor. So you can share your screen now again.
Yes, I will do it.
We can see your slides.
Great. It's better than to see me. Well, first of all, I want to thank the organizers and to thank everybody to be here and to give me this opportunity to speak. Actually, I was supposed to be with you in Linz, and only 3 weeks ago I had to cancel my visit, and I asked to be able to convey my talk by this electronic means. And thank you very much for all of you. I hope that next time I will be with you in this wonderful place. Well, I would like to speak a little bit about modeling from reality to mathematics and further education, further creation, sorry, but it's everything is education now. This can be a very short description of what is called STEAM education, but I don't have to tell it. It's only in order to remind for all of you who are really specialists in STEAM education, and so you know what happens here. And what is interesting for me is now this specific A. Shirin spoke about architecture, but architecture is one part of arts. It's a very, very important part. She works on that. We work on that in our place, and it's one part. But we have all the other kind of arts. Of course, we have to take into account visual arts, and they can be 2D painting, they can be 3D architecture or sculpture, but there are also other kind of arts. I will not relate to them here. It was a part of something else, for example, music. And but actually all these parts are totally connected one with the other. Modeling enters here in a way where people working in engineering generally don't think about that. But let's say Simon Jablonski published in recent time a paper at ESM where she says that mathematical modeling is characterized through its interplay of reality and mathematics. It offers a way to integrate references to reality into the classroom and shows students where in everyday life their mathematical knowledge can be applied. This is very important because generally people think about modeling for hard science, for engineering, but we can do such thing with our students in classroom, and the process that we can have is very interesting. The process is generally described like that. A real-world problem is given and analyzed. It is translated into a mathematical setting, and we can remember what Descartes claimed, that every problem has to be transformed into a system of equations, and then we have to solve the system of equations. But then the solutions have to be interpreted and validated with respect to reality. So we have also here a bidirectional process. I would like to show you something. This is a chart showing a very nice model of the solar system. Of course, without respecting the proportions, it's totally impossible to do it on a screen, because there's a huge differences in the ratio between the radii of the orbits. But this is a kind of pictures that I think that all of us more or less know. Your last vacations were probably on the moon, but next vacation will be on Mars. And as Joel already knows, I am already there on Mars together with my colleague Sarah. And but what is interesting is how can I do it in Johannes Kepler University, not to quote Kepler, and especially the first law. The first law interests me. The orbit of every planet is an ellipse with the sun at one of the two foci. And this is what we will illustrate here, at least partly. What happens is that like that. So we said that the ellipse, the orbit has to be an ellipse. Actually, an ellipse has two foci. One of them is the sun, let's say, But in the case of the Earth and of the other planets, the second focus is inside the sun. And therefore, the model that the Earth and the other planets orbit the sun is quite accurate. Even the center of gravity of the system of sun and one planet is inside the sun. And I think that for the entire solar system, it's like that. So we can have circular models. It's a very simplified model. I could already develop the same kind of activities around ellipses, but the difference on the screen is not really apparent. And so we can try to have not only the orbit of the Earth around the sun, but to have the orbit of the moon around the sun. And this can be interesting because people think about the orbit of the moon around the Earth, and they forget that the Earth is orbiting the sun. And so the moon is also orbiting the sun. And what is the shape of that? That's what you can maybe see a little bit. We have a wrong model on the right side of the screen, built, of course, you can identify that. It is built using GeoGebra. So with very easy mathematical models, we can model these orbits or more abstract examples of such orbits. The mathematical question which we have to address are, we can describe that in terms of parametric equations. And then the kind of curves that we have, I already can answer to the last question. Can we identify the curve? In these cases, we can. And so we can describe the orbits in terms of curves which were already known by the ancient Greeks. And you can find in every catalog of classical curves the epicycloids. Yes, also hypocycloids, which can appear. And so we can describe them, and they have parametric equation. These kind of curves can have also a description using implicit equations, but the task to make this transition from parametric equation to implicit equations requires a very heavy algebraic machinery. We do it using a computer algebra system and using what is called the theory of Grabner basis. That's generally the way we are doing that. But actually, here is Kepler. On the right, you have the drawing that Kepler did by hand in order to describe the orbit of Mars when viewed from the Earth. You can see that. But when I try to use a GeoGebra in order to describe the respective orbits of the Earth, you have here in the middle in blue, and the orbit of Mars is in brown. It should have been in red because it is a red planet and the Earth is a blue planet. And in green, you have the orbit of a virtual point. It is a midpoint of the Earth and Mars. And we obtained a curve quite similar to the curve obtained by Kepler. Actually, this kind of curves is ubiquitous in the solar system, but generally I obtain for the orbits of virtual points, which don't have any physical meaning. So we are already going to some kind of abstraction with what we can do here. But we can do that, and to make an abstraction within a very nice GeoGebra applet. On the left, you have the equation, the parametric equations of this family of pairs, let's say, of planets. So if we think about the radius of the orbit of the Earth as one, it's one astronomical unit. And the R is the radius of the orbit of the other planet. H encodes the angular velocity on the orbit of this planet. And you know that the closer the planet to the sun, the quickest it has to be on his orbit. So here we have a general description, and we can have it and make more abstract constructions by varying the different parameters. We have here two parameters, R and H, and you can have an animation and a construction of very different object curves. Here we have one more step of abstraction, and in this case, it has been done. You can see it. It's not only a bicircular movement, it's a three-circular movement. But you can look at that. You have cosinus. The first one is cosine sine. Cosine and sine. It's let's say the Earth. But forget now the planets. And we have a movement of another object on a circle of radius one half, but a velocity 6 times the previous velocity. But the third term in each sum here express another circular movement, but in reverse direction. The two first were in trigonometric against the clock. It was counterclockwise, but the last one is clockwise. And then in that case, we can we can discover a lot of different curves which have no name, but one of them is called the mystery curve, but the other one don't have. And if you want to have something very colorful, you can use not the entire locus for u between 0 and 2 pi, but to first of all, to analyze the symmetries of the specific curves that you have, and it can be very, very different. Here, actually, why do I have such a fancy curve with all these mixed colors? It's because actually in the algebra window, you can see that we constructed a first arc, but all this was based on one curve, which has a symmetry of order 7. But I maintain this kind of I maintain these kind of symmetries, and then with using the animation, I could obtain something else. One more step of abstraction is now, it's really not an abstraction, it's to go further to the 3D. And then actually what we know, and we show you not with this, people who want the application, they can find the applets on the wiki, on the website of GeoGebra, but you can see that, and instead of looking, if we say that this is the orbit of the moon around the sun, it is not. This is a wrong model. But we can have this description in 3D, because actually the sun is also traveling on an orbit around something else, probably the center of the galaxy. And then the orbit of the Earth and the orbit of the moon have to be viewed in a 3D setting. And this can be done fully synchronized using GeoGebra or another software if you want. And so for our students, we can have some kind of modeling of that. And here we have a small chart, what we can do. We are starting from a real world situation, going to modelization. According to Jablonski, we are going back to interpretation, concrete consequences, but we can go another way. If I go to the yellow pathway, we have the graphical interpretation of what we have obtained. We can go to 2D visualization, and then to extend this to 3D with some pitfalls because of visualization on the screen. But we can sometimes translate it into 3D printing for them, but we can also be totally creative and make a lot of artistic creations using these kinds of mathematics. I had students who were disconnected from mathematics, but as soon as I could describe something artistic in that,
well, sorry, we need to stop because we are really running out of time, and then we are behind schedule.
Actually, this was my last slide.
Thank you so much, Noah.
That's it.
Great.
Thank you for your fascinating presentation about modeling. Any questions online, maybe in chat?
So, Noah, this is really impressive. So I think it's very much connected to Matthias and Eva's work. So I think you will have lots of things to talk.
No, we have a lot of things to do.
Yes, but first talk, and then you do.
For sure. For sure. So you know what? Before my next visit, let's do it by Zoom.
Yes. So on your next visit is in July, so I think by that time you can do lots of preparation.
Yes. And meanwhile, I think that the sun, the moon, and the earth will still exist.
Yeah, probably.
Hopefully.
Okay, thank you so much, Noah.
Thank you very much for everybody. Have a great time there in Linz. And once again, I would really have been so happy to be with you, but it was
See you
impossible.
next time.
Hope so. Thank you. Okay. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much.
Please welcome our next presenter, Monica Lopez, and we'll have a presentation about levels of technology integration and beliefs of Chilean mathematics teacher education.
So I have to share some, right?
Yes.
Let me get this straight, okay,
Yes,
first, and here, this, and then I do this. See, yeah. Okay. Is it?
Yeah.
Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Monica Lopez. I'm a teaching teacher at the Pontificia Universidad Católica de Chile, and today I'm going to share with you my PhD study, my research. So let me do this first. It's titled Levels of Technology Integration and Beliefs of Children Mathematics Teacher Educators. What you see in the picture is the faculty and education world. So the study's purpose was assessing mathematics teacher educators, which I'm going to refer as MTE from now on, belief system about teaching mathematics with technology, aiming at identifying whether there is a relationship between these levels of technology integration and beliefs reported by MTs. In order to do this, I came up with a typology of MT because I wanted to know to differentiate whether these MTs were disciplinary teachers, like mathematicians, teachers that teach calculus and geometry, whether they were methodologies, like teaching and learning teachers, field instructors, or technology teachers. So this is going to be very important at the very end where I show my results. So the theoretical framework I'm using is a combining of knowledge and beliefs. For knowledge, as many of you use, I use the TPAC model, the framework, but I use a development model, and I like it because it recognizes that this new dimension, the knowledge dimension, has to come in a process. Like we're not all there, and we are either in 5 levels. Okay, we could be in a different level of technology integration. So that's the knowledge dimension. And the beliefs dimension recognizes that we could have positive beliefs regarding the use of technology, like discovery learning or multiple representation. Also, we could hold detrimental beliefs regarding the use of technology, like it could provoke skill loss or mindless working. And also, there's 2 other types of beliefs that are sort of related to time constraints, timing, or to this idea of master concept first, like students need to know math with paper and pencil first, and then we could use technology only after. That's critical that some teachers hold. So I collected data last year. I sent an online questionnaire to almost 500 mathematics teacher educators, and I got 85 completed questionnaires. That's not bad actually as a rate of response, but obviously it's data limitation issue. These are the 27 universities in Chile that offer the mathematics teacher program to become a secondary mathematics teacher. So it's 27 of them, and I got data from 21 of them, representing private, state, traditional universities, also from all parts of the country, even north parts of
country, the south, and in Santiago. And so this rate of response corresponds to 15% of the target population that completed the questionnaire. And I have to ask myself who they are, meaning that probably people who answer the questionnaire are teacher educators that are interested in technology integration. So that probably is going to have an impact on the interpretation of the result. Very quick, I'll go through some ideas about the sample, some results about the sample. Half of MTs are between 31 and 40. We thought they were older, so they are younger than we thought. And they 2/3 are male, so it's still like a masculine area. The majority have less than 10 years of experience, which is something that was new to us as well. And half of them hold a master's degree, the other half have PhD. That's something that we could expect. And then here, do you remember I was trying to categorize the mathematics teacher educators? So what came up is that, well, we have two questions, like your first role, and then whether if you have a second role, please tell us. And what we found out is that more than the half of the sample has a mixed profile. They do two kinds of role, right? Or three sometimes. They could be a disciplinary teacher and also a didactician, and maybe there are also field instructors. So that's something that was new also for us in Chile. Mixed profiles is very frequent. We asked also for what the technology integration strategy is at their programs, and 43% of them answered that it's transversal strategy throughout the program, which is like the right way to do it, probably. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about the scales, these two scales. One is the impact scale, right? So we were asking about levels of technology integration. This was adapted from me. This is the development model, right? And as you can see, everything is pretty high, but still we can differentiate higher and lower. So what came the lowest? 3 items, like the role modeling. I was asking whether they substantiate their teaching practices when they use technology. Like, do you explain your students why are you using technology, for what purpose explicitly? That came very low, the lowest. And then student autonomy, we're still like very controlling, so we don't give them much autonomy. And dealing with barriers, that is also technological barriers, as we've seen here, right? And what can high is using technology for enhanced mathematics teaching, to develop higher order skills, and for connections and exploration of mathematical concepts. In the second scale, the belief scale, which is adapted from Thorne, basically we can see that 90% of the participants recognize that technology can be used as a discovery learning tool and can support multiple representation. So this came all ordered that way. Then we can see that 23% of them still believe, or they hold belief, that technology can provoke skill loss and mind working. But then 83% of them disagrees or strongly disagree in the area that technology usage is very time consuming. And this is my main question. Do beliefs explain or are related to levels? What is this relationship? What can we see? So this is the structural model we came up with. And as you can see here, we have the beliefs explaining right levels of technology integration. And well, the result that we got is that beliefs could explain almost 90% of MT's reported levels of technology integration. And there's two main co-variables explaining this. Time consuming, this is the biggest one, explains almost with 7% of variance, and then a little bit of multiple representation. This is interesting because it's totally consistent with Daniel Kumon's result. And this is the researcher who elaborated the beliefs scale. I'm going to visit him in 2 weeks. So we will have the opportunity to discuss this results which are very consistent in Germany and in Chile. So the other question was, were the differences between the typology, the different types of mathematics teacher educators? And due to data limitation, I had only 85 cases. I was able to divide it into two groups. One is the disciplinary teachers, the mathematicians, so to say, and then all the rest is in the blue group, the non-disciplinary teachers. And as we can see in this class, we can see that overall disciplinary teachers integrate less technology than non-disciplinary. The red curve is below the blue curve, but we also see a different slope, right? Which may, the meaning could be that holding, for example, the skill loss belief for a mathematician has a stronger impact. So if I hold that belief, I will lower the levels of technology integration I do. On the contrary, if I hold the discovery and learning belief, and I'm a mathematician, I will enhance, use more technology, like more stronger rapidly than the others. And well, the next steps is discussing, as I told you, these results with Daniel and all of you if you're interested. Analyzing the qualitative data, because this is a mixed method study. In that question that we were talking about in the focus group is, how do MTs learn to integrate? You know, how do we learn? We and the rest who's not here, right? And then data manipulation to support the mixed methods approach. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Very interesting. Thank you. Do we have any questions?
First of all, I think the number of universities where you can become a teacher, a math teacher, is quite high.
It's partially.
It's
high.
It is quite high.
27.
Yeah.
It's a lot.
I guess in Austria, half of it is possible. I'm not sure. That's around it.
Yeah.
And how many students do you have majoring in mathematics?
We have.
At one university, not important.
Okay. So at my university, each year 40 or 45 graduates. Overall, it's about 500, but it's sinking that number. So we have this shortage that we've been talking about. Yeah, it's happening everywhere. So in Chile, it's happening as well.
Yes. And another question, many of the trade service teachers, the teacher trainers,
mathematics teacher educators.
I realize the importance of informational technology. And does that really work? So is it part of the curriculum at the university? Do the service teachers have to pass exams?
Lovely questions. It's all happening now in Chile. We have new mandatory standards for English teacher education since last year. So this is totally new because we had suggested to teach, but now they're mandatory. So in these mandatory standards, the presence of technology is becoming very, very important. So that's one thing. And then regarding the examinations, we have an exam, it's called END, so like ending, but means something else. And yeah, future teachers need to give that exam, but that exam is not for them to become teachers or not, is to give the institutions information regarding the level of their graduates, so they can enhance their programs. And we just have that too, that's new too. So we're seeing how all that works together and forms institutions. Thank you. Yeah, definitely.
Yes, ideas.
Great. Thank you so much.
Very good that you are here, Simon.
Yes, I'm so happy. Our next presenter, Asita Lakshmivati, and we're gonna have a presentation of STEAM in hybrid learning.
Let's go. Are you standing there or okay, you put the camera there?
More confident.
You have 10 minutes.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Yeah, good morning, everyone. Hi, I'm Asita Lakshmivati. I'm from Indonesia. I started my PhD study as in March 2022. So it's been already a year. I'm living here in Linz. More than a year. Yeah, and in this session, in this overview, I'd like to share my idea about integrating STEAM and engineering design process in hybrid learning environment. So the idea is bringing engineering design process into STEAM, and then we are going to implement the lesson in practical way. So we give opportunity to students to participate for the participation. So it will be the integration technologies for the hybrid learning. So let's take a look at first about engineering design process that within my study context. So engineering design process mainly gets summarized is focusing on experimentations, explorations, like students realize that every one of them can do research since young age. So since early age in school. So that's the idea of engineering design process that we bring in classroom. So based on the theory, we can summarize that there are 5 main stages. First, define problem. So these are introducing problems that let students to generate their idea, collaborate with their peers, continuing by design, construction, design evaluation and design, and evaluation and reflection. So, and those 3 activities, the main activities of engineering design process. Trial and error activities, students have opportunity to reflect on their design process, doing redesign, evaluate on their activities, and propose their own ideal solution, ideal model of the problem. And let's continue with this example. Maybe I don't have much time, but we are working with GeoGebra to support the hybrid learning, the idea of integration of technology. Why? Because GeoGebra is free and it's relevant application in Indonesia. So GeoGebra has the best option so far. We try to discuss more material, but still, and then we encourage teachers to utilize GeoGebra. And I need to move my screen. Okay. Sorry, share my full screen. And yeah, this is the first activity that we developed about EGP in GeoGebra activities. So there is an opportunity with GeoGebra. You can work with online and offline activities. So we take the opportunity to support hybrid learning. And let's see, in this opportunity, we facilitate students. Sorry, it's all in Indonesia because it's still in the middle of research. So that have opportunity to translate it, and we introduce problem and let them to work on the GeoGebra application, the idea. They can manipulate everything provided by teachers, and then we let students also design their own activity with GeoGebra notes, continuing with trial and error, so they can make notes on the GeoGebra activities. And yeah, reflecting, that's important part of our EGP. And another example, because we are working with team, so we also integrate with our local context as previously presented by Philip. We have
myriad of culture in Indonesia. We have 17,000, more than 17,000 islands, more than 700 languages, diverse country. So this is one example that we are working with EDP. So we, let's say we provide this outlet to help students generate their idea, doing experimentation so they can manipulate this rotator, working with colors, pattern, and doing experiment. Afterward, they may continue with the main stages of EDP. Okay, with doing experimentations, trial and error, upload their design, taking pictures, and then doing another hands-on activities by themselves and reflecting. Okay, and that's about the example. Let's move again to my presentations. Okay, so yeah, let's start to talk about my study, because at the beginning of my study, I was very interested, but I have some limitation as a student, as a PhD student. So we decided to focus on teachers first, and when we have another opportunity, we can continue with students after finishing my study. And I organized my study into 3 sub-projects. Why? Because I wanted to understand, to get deeper understanding on the scheme implementation, especially because I'm focusing on Indonesia. You may see my country there, and in the first start project, I focused on the national what happened with STEAM and STEM implementation in Indonesia, and continuing by the next project about understanding and developing. Okay, actually, wait. Okay, it has to be something with cycles there on the protocol, but it's not canvas. That's okay, and the main activities inside this activity is the big purple. So the other sub project is supporting component of my study. And so to achieving the goals, because the main goal of my study is supporting teachers. So I have to take something that help me to answering my research questions, contributing to answer my research question, and also to achieve the goals of the study. So we decided to develop design heuristic and its underlying design principle. So design heuristic is a kind of guidelines for teachers in developing STEAM engineering design process in hybrid learning. And let's continue. And this is what my current stage now. I have finished the first and second sub project. So I have finished the development of design heuristic with 3 iterations, with 183 teachers involved in my study. It has been conducted since June until April this year, last year until this year, and I'm working on the last project and writing for and publication. That's my monster in my studies. Bismillah. Okay, and let's continue with this. I would like to share small result. Do I still have that? 1 minute. Okay. This one, I think that's enough. So a pedagogical pattern about how should hybrid learning be designed. That's really important for us, because for teachers especially, the opportunity for teachers to implement hybrid learning with the use of dynamic digital technology. So based on the theories, so we have theories from Lavisa et al. About the pedagogical framework of dynamic digital technology for GeoGebra implementations, and also from Stecker about the theory of hybrid learning. Actually, hybrid learning may vary the definition. So all of the grade, for all of the middle area in the circle is considered to be hybrid learning, and also the based on the theory. So, based on our finding,
Yeah. We found 6 pedagogical patterns, but not limited to, because in this case, the pedagogical pattern was found based on teachers' practices, teacher work with the developed lesson plan outside based on the guideline, based on the design theories. So I think that's all. Thank you so much for your attention.
Rosita, thank you for your presentation. Are there any questions? Online participants? Okay, because it's clear.
Okay.
It's clear. It's the better. You've done a great job. There you are, this is the first year. And I have 2 questions. The interest in digital classroom and hybrid learning came with COVID. COVID is over. Why is it still an issue?
Yeah, that's a good question, and thank you so much. And because in my study, I have my STEM position as innovator. So I try to make innovations, and innovations we couldn't only focus on some limitation like pandemic experience or something, but we think about something in the future. So for me as a teacher, because especially I'm a mathematics teacher, for me, utilizing the dynamic digital technology is a big opportunity, and I have to choose where is my stand position. So how stand position, what I mean stand position, how can I contribute to educational things? So that's the first reason from myself. So I take the opportunity to contribute based on the condition previously, but not only refer to that. Because something in the future, bringing flexibility in the learning experiences, it will be also beneficial for educational context. Let's say our Indonesian curriculum, the latest Indonesian curriculum, also think about flexibility of learning. That's my answer. Hopefully, answer the question. Yeah.
One more question. You mentioned your intention is to support teacher. In which forms, what forms would you like to support teacher? Do you have an online platform and online? Do you have your web-made task and campaign? What's the plan there?
Okay, thank you so much. So, for the first step, supporting teachers with my studies by utilizing the design heuristic. So I have already a series of design heuristic with its underlying design principle that it could be contribute to the theoretical framework, and also can help teachers if they wanted to implement STEAM activities with digital technology infusion, so they can follow my design heuristic and its underlying design heuristic. That's the first step. And for the next step, if I have opportunity, I would like to continue to develop the STEAM engineering design process with the platform. Yeah, actually, I have already my own GeoGebra book and GeoGebra activities series, but it has not been published yet because it's still in the middle of research.
Thank you.
Please welcome our next presenter, Gabriela Franco, and she will be presenting about dancing with physics in STEAM education. The floor is yours.
Como quieras. No importa. ¿Ya?
Sí.
Perfecto. ¿Tengo que presentar? ¿Compartir ahí?
Okay, good morning. So my name is Aviv, and I'm going to my current college in PhD. I'm a student here at JT. And it's called Dancing with Physics in Education. And it's a qualitative study about the impact that sensory experience of dancing has on enhancing demonstration and understanding of physics of secondary and high school students. And my supervisors are there, so and well, a little bit about me and my context, just for you to have an idea why I want to do this. I'm a PhD student here, as I said before. I'm also a physicist, a researcher, and also I've been a high school teacher, physics and maths. I'm an amateur ballet dancer. I of course love nature, dance, music, art, school, everyone else. And that's me with my students over in Mexico. I mean, research over in Mexico as well. This is a Chilean student that I have, and I give classes to online. And well, as you can imagine, I love dancing, and once a friend of mine who's a physicist as well. So I think it could be easier if we could to learn the physics, if we could feel it in our lives. And it was just a comment which was quite interesting, and then as I said, go. Here in Austria is where I started learning to dance ballet. And as a grown up, I realized that the concept of physics that I have in my head and the way that the teacher spoke to me was very helpful for me to understand. Sorry, I'm a little bit nervous. But was really helpful for me to understand how to do these complicated movements in ballet. So coming back to the physics lessons, so physics is still considered some like math, a hard subject, intimidating and out of reach. But dance can bring that gap together in between science and arts and the power for the students. Students also need different representation to learn something. Dance is a novel choice of expression to communicate ideas to movement. And students depend on movement to develop cognition. Cognition, as Kalima stated, is inherent, no, person. Cognition is inherently perceptual. Dance, as among Maria Montessori also, she can say about that. Sorry, about learning to move. This was a statement from a girl who danced her PhD. And is a dancer. Dance is a sensory experience that intensifies anxiety. So this is a little bit of what has been done in dance and physics, or dance and math, or even dance and biology. And here we have an explanation of the decades of heat boson by Emily Coates and Sarah Beamers. Here's also an explanation of the center of mass, also made by both of them. In the upper part, we have a questioning. It's more like how physics can help analyze dance to make better dancers. And it's done by last, I can't remember his name. Here we have an explanation or another example done by Natalia Winsky in a point has no parts, where she addressed trigonometric functions among other topics. There's also another study where some mathematics students try to teach their students the Euclidean proofs to dancing. In this case, you can see the first Euclidean proof. And over there, that's actually on YouTube. It's from America. And they try to teach diverse physics concepts in there. You can see how they portray the center of gravity through YouTube and doing the movements. So there's a lot of research done in this already. So, well, let's get started. What is actually my aim? My aim is to give teachers a tool to spice up their classical mechanics lessons. To motivate the student to actually
learn kids and also to understand in a different way. How am I going to do this, or what are the theories that back up these ideas were embodiment cognition and learning. There are many branches of embodiment cognition. Simulation, execution, and full execution. Simulation, for example, could be just thinking about it, imagine this stuff. Traces of execution, example, could be gestures. And full execution could actually be doing the whole. 5 minutes. 5 minutes. How? It's a methodology that I feel that really supports my research in design-based research. It's design-based research. It has different stages and it's iterative, preparation, design, teaching experiment, retrospective analysis, and improvement, and then it goes further. The way that I think I will collect my data is through observation and probably focus groups. Where am I at the moment? At the moment, I am in the experimenting part, and I've been doing some videos that people on the top, you can see over there, are 2 videos that I made with a dancer here from some brother. In the first one, we addressed work and in the second one, we addressed parallel movement. And this one, I just took it from YouTube because it's quite cool, and that one as well. Here you can see the video of the sound, right?
Yes.
Okay. Why did I do, sorry. Why did I do that video? Actually, because this is part of my experimentation at the moment. I participated with Eva in the JPU Science Summer Camp. She invited me to participate, and I thank her very much. And she helped me a lot over there. And the concept that we addressed there, actually, I thought I was learning before, but we actually ended up addressing concept topics in there like force, like friction, and there you can see some pictures where I address this topic with the kids, because it's not about actually reproducing accurate ballet like a dancer did. That's a part of the embodiment condition, visualizing it, looking at it, trying to think about it, how it works, what is happening in there. And the second part of it was actually trying to do a movement, but we don't have to, we have to do a accurate to understand it. We can do several other things to understand how it works, or how by changing or moment or inertia or under velocity change that we can feel it. And we all know how to do that. We all did it when we were kids. We all played in our and start figuring around, and then it was close, you see that under velocity changes, and you feel in your body, and you can learn it in a different way, in a more motivating way. So actually, that's what we did over there. Yeah, there's an example in there. There I used the classical experiment because I wanted to enhance the feeling.
And that's basically all. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. We were just talking about it, that this is what we do in the playground. Yes. It's very exciting to see that you can actually take this into the classroom. Do we have any questions? Oh. Oh, Vicky.
I think we're going to have a question. And that you can speak a bit longer about that fabulous project. Well, I don't think that physics really needs spicing up because you have a subject which is fascinating without spicing up. But how do you have a stage in workshops? Because I'm a bit practical. If you show what you are doing to the teacher, I'm not sure if it's exactly into the classroom. If you are telling them, I'm coming up here and I'm going to give a workshop, then kids can get a feeling, really try this experiment. That would be a good opportunity for you to collect data, first-hand data.
You mean you have workshop directly to teachers or
Yeah,
going
yeah,
directly
yeah. You go into the classroom and you do these experiments with the kids in the class, and then you can see their reaction right away. Are you planning anything in that direction?
in the moment, I was just going to participate in the next JP summer camp this summer. But that's me and the kids directly. And that was my idea to do it like you suggested. But then Bea came and she said, but they're not going to start with that. How are you going to spread the word? This is you and the kids in the classroom. Are you actually going to make a peak? Are you actually changing mentality there? Are you giving them another tool if you can't spread the word? So kind of like she pushed me to try to make this happen with teachers.
I think there has a point there, that if you have evidence from a big group of kids that it's obvious that it's working, then you have more possibilities to convince teachers.
Yeah, I think so. I agree. Yeah, I think I can do that about this. Please welcome Greta Vidanzoli, and she will have a presentation about how the methods vary in hierarchy and support. So, how the methods of varying required to support the students in the learning of fractals. Why she's setting up our mental and presented, if you haven't had a chance to do so, please upload your presentation to the chat folder. Have a thank you.
Can I move now? Yeah? Can I have the? Can I move?
I can stand here and hold it if you want.
I can be here.
Okay.
The presentation. Okay.
Hello, everyone. My name is Greta. I'm from the University of Slovenia. I'm here at the Institute for Master with the Training and Erasmus program. Today I will talk to you about how the methods of very quality support students in the learning process. During this past months, I worked on the design of some didactic activities about startups, and I implemented these activities in the context of an elective course at the Department of Mathematics of my university. I used for the design of this activity the method of varying quality
And the focus of the research are the changes in students' mathematical methods. As I said, I'm here for a short term program of 3 months. I came here in March and I will go back to my university in June. The course, which is the research context, started in February. In March, I prepared the activities that I implemented in the past 2 weeks in the working day for implementing the activities. And what I still have to do is the analysis of the implementation and so to have the results. The context is the course complementary mathematics, concepts and methods. This is has a second year of the bachelor degree at the Department of Mathematics of the University. This is the first time that we have this course. And so there is a class on chart, one of previous schools, and what are the educational aids? You can read the here, knowing and understanding basic mathematical concepts and methods, apply knowledge on concepts and methods to explain, analyze, to discuss, understanding the regards of concepts and methods of basic mathematics, and knowing how to quantify results in semantic systems. I will show you the content of the course. As I said before, there are 3 parts. The first 2 parts are an adaptation of a course that was had before in the first year of the bachelor's degree. So we adapted the context for the students in a second year and also for the additional aid. The other part, which is about the geometry, is new. What the students learn here? In the first part, they studied about the concept of mathematical system reactions in the Hilbert system, proving methods in Hilbert system. But here they see that not every mathematical process is reduction, because there are also reduction and abduction that became used for solving mathematics. In the second part, they study about the concept of continuity and absence and continuity, because of the number and the measurement. In this part, what you see that not everything is continuous. For example, here they did some activities where they started the activities about continuity. And they changed the positive to see what they change if positive is not valid. The third part is about the concept of perimeter area and the measurement of perimeter and area, definition of deviation. What they see here is that there are some particular objects that has not information, and they have perimeter and perimeter. So here I focus the activities on this third part. So I prepare these activities. I want to focus, the focus of the activity is the geometrical construction and the procedure formulas. I want the students learn how to produce the factors using GeoGebra and understand what are the formulas for the perimeter area of the structure in each step of the construction. I also wanted that the students apply the knowledge and the methods that they learned in this part of the course, and that they work together, and so that they can also be involved in collective discussions, like in the mathematics laboratory. This is why I chose to use as a model for design activities in method of verifying. What is the method of verifying? It is a new theoretical concept which combines the required data graphs and variation theory, and it adds to this visualization component, the diffusion cycle and the mathematics levels. It's at the end we have the learning is seen as an identified process, reference design for supporting students in creating new understandings. For understanding better what are the activities of this model, I can show you an example of one of these activities. This is the first activity that was implemented in the course. This is about the focusing of play. There is a first the starting point. In this case, it is the lateral number. I asked the students to introduce the geometrical construction in the GeoGebra. To do that, they had to create a new tool. And for that, they used the classical, some concepts from the classical geometry process needed to use the size theory, for example. And after that, they created key design iterations. And I asked them what they could observe, what were the injections about the perimeter and the area, and in this case also the number of sides. And these were the three dimensions of variation. What I wanted for them is to understand what does it change after each iteration in the perimeter area and number of sides in order to find the formulas for each for the general iteration for a general set case. And also the third important part is the variation. So I asked them to vary the construction, and they were free to vary the construction and to see what are the other factors that they can create. In the implementation, you can see here the other activities. The first one will be focused on object. In the first activity, I asked the students to go through all the questions and all the tasks in the worksheet. But in the other activities, I asked them to choose the tasks that were helpful for them to find these formulas. So they put the method for solving these activities, and this is why also they thank you. They had the first activity was longer than the others. The students involved were 27, and in total it was 8 hours. I collected the students' protocols. Here we see that the students worked in using paper and pencil, Excel file, and GeoGebra. I collected also video and audio recordings of the group work, and recordings also of the collective discussions. Here we see that the students participated in collective discussion, represented what they did in their group work. And also questionnaires. So I prepared some questionnaires in order to see how they used the previous knowledge, for example, and which tasks they preferred for an activity, to find what was asked about the perimeter area and number of sides, how they worked in group and which tools they used. So these are some of the questions. For example, I asked what tools and also how. What mathematical knowledge did they use in this and how. What I still have to do is data analysis. So what I want to study is the changes in transactional market research, because I want to reconstruct the process that they followed by solving this theory. I chose for now one group of students that are interviewed, and I still have to choose the group of students in order to at least another to compare how they work. The idea is to find to see if there are some relations to the task that they prefer and to the relations to the interaction and tools used if this influences the changes in the technology. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much.
I'm not actually the first.
Maybe we should ask question and how this.
Start you,
If I understood it correctly, it's not your task, because you were spending your time here doing your research and development activities just a couple of weeks ago. How did you get this task and to smart cities?
I think that I was using the routine for schools. So she's having schools in university, and I am tutor. So the tutor and the students and so the parents and materials and enjoy them for implementing activities.
Was it part of regular classes?
Yes, yes. It was part of the regular classes, but it was this part that was new, so we didn't have materials to use and those activities. So this is why we wanted to create something new, and also it was in line to the social needs of this.
Two more questions, but were they supposed to work in groups? And were they surprised that the area is finite and the frames are infinite?
So we are not going to be in class or or also some people that some students that was alone now they were still starting with their groups. And we were not surprised because some of them already knew the factors, but we were surprised about the data they use the Excel file, and it was easier for them to see the data in the tables and to relate the data to the formulas.
So Greta was working with a superstar teacher. So I think we need to balance the results because Ona is really an exceptional teacher.
Congratulations, blah, blah, blah. So I think I just have one comment that is in case we plan to repeat this again later. So maybe you can make the question more open. Which I think, if I remember right, you ask them to calculate the perimeter of the area, like it's listed. So maybe you can just tell them to investigate. And put it's an open question, maybe you can have more answers, part of the answer. I don't know, you can agree or disagree with me, of course. First, I have one more. Are you referring to the concept of the commercial theory of that?
Very clear for the four things. Okay.
So thank you for the great presentation. We are at the but we have time for lunch, and I think this will be a quicker lunch than yesterday. So you just have to go out in the advance I said. So if you don't know how it works, then there are lots of students in the group who can guide you. And I really would like you to be back by now. Okay. And the director of the circus will come and then give us a 5-minute introduction of what is this service about. So we are very lucky to be here today because we were just supposed to be in a regular room. So I hope you like the space. For the director, we have 1 o'clock, so please try to be on time. And then for the presenters, please upload your presentations to the folder. It's very important. For the group in the next presenters, please log on to the Zoom. So that is the transition will be faster. And then also, if you didn't sign the paper, please sign some of the ones. And thank you very much for everyone. Have a good lunch, and see you at 1 o'clock. 2 minutes before lunch. Yeah, we can leave everything here, so someone will tell us. Yeah. Yeah. I think that's plug is on.
Slide down. Just outside. Oh, on the other. Oh.
We don't have. Yeah. Yes, that's kind of well. You have to tell her that she's based from unknown people. Yeah. I just.
Where are everyone?
I tried to do it. I tried to search you.
Camera is not. Camera is off.
Yeah.
It measure my leg.
So you know, do you
I have problem taking 2 weeks ago. There's a
you just increase?
try and break.
Maybe related to the food?
I'm not hungry. Yesterday. Next picture then, too much medicament. But too.
I don't know. Yeah, it's like
Problem. Sometimes problem. Maybe 1, 2 weeks, 3 weeks. I will. Okay. Next. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Other problem.
Maybe you don't feel tired.
Why not? I actually learn that.
Yeah, because you know, because you like always working. So
But this type is very hard for our students. Every semester and the whole examination.
Yes.
Oh. Okay, please take your seat first. But you are online, right? Okay, so we are starting next. That's a very professional way. Yeah. Walk around. So we are talking in the break, and we have a homework break. So it looks that there are lots of possible collaboration and connections. What you need to do is that write a list that who you want to talk about what. Because if you don't do it, then you will forget because there are too many things happened here. So everyone should make a list of who you want to collaborate and so on, and then try to make a schedule that you should have this discussion within the next some weeks or something like this. Okay, because this will be the opportunity, and we know that many of the things is being forgotten because it's very helpful, and so my students are already doing this. It's fine, but I really recommend you to make a list that we want to talk to. Okay, and then we have our next speaker. Who is leading this session? Oh, Cecilia. We have a professional entertainer.
So welcome again. Here, now Caldan is presenting something collecting with comic and education. Welcome.
Thank you so much. Okay, hi everyone, good afternoon. Before I enter to my presentation, I will show you some of the comics. Okay, there is the two comics. So I try to educate your brain with the visual and verbal things. So just doing a review about this comic. Okay, you got it? I will move to another comics. Okay, just save all your information that you got in Discord, because today I will present how teacher using comic to introduce scientific issues in elementary school. After you read the core comic, you will catch some information. This depends on you. What the interpretation that you got from the comic, because comic just as a media of communication in the classroom. And the core comic is from the teacher in Indonesia, so we collaborate to make a comic for teaching about the science and social science in the classroom. Okay, before I talk here, so I will introduce you about the anatomy of comics. So if you read the comic, there is some panel. So the characters of comic is the panel, and we will find the caption to inform about the background about this comic, the place, the time, something like that, and the character. And there is a word belief in the comic, and also the gutter. The gutter is the transition between panel to panel, and this is all of the anatomy of comic. And there is a style, comic style. There is a comic books. Comic book is the book that has a lot of pen. We call it as a comic book, but there is a comic strip. If you ever read in the newspaper, you will find there is one single panel comic. We call it single great style or some panel. Maybe like 3 to 9, we call it a continuous strip style. And there are two panel, only 4 panel, and we call it Yankoma style. So that is the introduction of the comic. And the theoretical background about my research is related to from the psychology study. about the dual cognition. So actually in the human, we have like verbal stimuli from outside and non-verbal stimuli. And if we combine these two things, so we can catch some meaning of something that we catch from our eye or our ear, something like that. And what about my study? Okay, before I tell you about my study, actually before I'm doing PhD in here, I work a lot with the community combining biology and mathematics. For example, you can see this is my comic about the evolution in the Alps. So I try to explain about this natural selection and try to make some modeling, not modeling actually, some example about the natural selection, but with the mathematical representation. And I also explain about the vector, not bacteria, it's about yeast, the microbiome was the fungi. I don't know how to describe it. And try to connect it with the mathematics. And in this thing, I try to combine the culture and biology. It's called the ethnobiology. And this is my study here. I'm a PhD student. So I'm in the orange dot there. And I represent my study like every step of my study like a monster in the ocean. And this is me in here, and the role is in there. So I'm still somewhere in the design and trial in the classroom. Okay, so this is one of the picture of the workshop with the teacher. So I try to motivate teacher to make their own comic. Actually, it's not easy for me, but in here I'm using a comic generator website using an AI. But the problem is when teacher receive it, teacher depend on this website, so they cannot be more creative. And the four comic factors is from the teacher. The second problem is teacher can develop the story, only make one single panel comic. That is the problem. That's why in my research, in collaboration with the teacher and us, me and my supervisor, so teacher only as a content idea, and we making a visual story design. And this is one sample of my study journey. So this one sample about the exploratory study. So I do a recording and I record the teacher learning activity. I do some interview also with the teacher and I'm doing a transcript about the interviews. And I identify about the academic content in the classroom and also how teacher implement in the class. Okay, this is the result. There are three teachers participating in my study. As you can see, I define the learning process in the classroom becomes three. The first one is the introduction part, the middle part of the conclusion. And for the first teacher, only using cognitive in the introduction part, but the two teacher using in the whole part of the learning process, but the difference in the SSC part. So some teacher put the experiment in the middle, but the other teacher only focus on the discussion. This is the sample of the comic from the first teacher. So the thing about the health line and the society should condemn is about the lack of outdoor activities in young generation and about the lizard. And teacher only use this in the introduction part. And here I'm doing a thematic analysis. I analyze the conversation between teacher and student during the learning. So I try to identify how many information that teacher got from the text, from the images, from the combination about text images, and about the implicit meaning. And this is the second comic about the fish in physics. We are connected it to global warming and also in Indonesia. And teacher using the experiment here. In here I focus not on the conversation, but how students using precise scientific reasoning about four aspects related to the complexity of it. perspective technique include and skepticism about the issue. And this is the third topic about the electricity. The society scientific issue that we take in this topic is about the electric scarcity in one of the places in Indonesia. It is similar with previous teacher. So I highlight about the how student argument about the student society scientific reasoning in a format about the complexity, but I'm still in the process analyze data, so I cannot show it to you. And this is like what do you call it? So this is the picture of me and my supervisor, and also the human reviewer in my PhD review. So you can see like like a monster. So if you want to read the principle, so we need to fight with that monster. And my first person and second person here for the lovely Branco. Thank you so much. And that is for me. Thank you everyone for your attention. Good afternoon.
Thank you. Thank you, Padran, for your presentation. Yes.
So maybe if you come back next year, then the monsters will change to something else. We are very curious.
So we have some minutes for question or suggestion.
Okay, it was very nice and it's very innovative, but my question is, how do you realize your future collaboration with teachers? What will really happen and how do you evaluate the success of your topics? Will you compare with something or because it's difficult to realize what will happen if you want to prove that it works?
Yes.
Thank you so much, Joseph, for the question. Actually, my aims, I only have one simple aim in my study is to introduce scientific issue to elementary school students. But how to measure that? So that's why I'm doing identify scientific reasoning from students. How they argue.
Yeah. Yeah, but you don't have to write PhD thesis. Yeah.
Yes.
So you should also think about the content. What will be done in this paper, in this document, to demonstrate to others, to your opponents, viewers, that you are right, you are correct, and you are. I like that. I openly like them because it's something very innovative. But the problem is that it should be not only your and my opinion. It should be also opinion of wider publics.
Thank you so much. Yeah, that's my homework. So, but I already doing some cycle in my research and to get some approval from the other. In the formal way, I'm writing the paper in the formal way, but in the practical way, I will be doing collaboration in the future with a lot of teachers about my topic because I only implement this topic only in three schools. So maybe in the future I will not only implement it in Indonesia, but also will implement it in other parts.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to say, we can talk together and we can write here, we can communicate future more frequently. But the issue is that it doesn't depend on number of schools. Yes. You can convince teachers about it, but you have to also convince academicians, which is much more difficult.
Yeah, the difficult part. Thank you so much.
join with ask people ranking letters. But because it's issues must be done, and because I also have a very specific way of thinking, so I have met this problem many times. So I may have some advices for you.
Thank you so much.
So that's why I'm on the board.
Yeah.
But you can join the board. But be careful of monsters.
I'm too old.
So, so they are taking care of all those.
We eaten a nasi.
But that's fine, maybe.
Another question or question?
What are your findings of the teachers so far? I know lots of children that are now reading comic books and enjoy that style of pictures and text, but from about manga and other animations. So what research do you find in the literature about these topics?
Actually, the comic is at first not for the educational purposes, but from the art purposes. And I found in some literature, like because comic can activate the dual cognitive psychological aspect. So it's more easy for students to catch the information from the comics. But I found it in my study, there is also students have the confusing when reading a comic. I found it not all students, maybe like 2 or 3, because reading the comic sometimes may be confusing because there is a panel and they don't know how to connect this panel to other panels. Yeah. You're welcome.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Pangan, for your presentation. Now, our next presenter is Guillermo Bautista, de Filipina. He is presenting something connecting with functionals. Welcome, Guillermo.
Here.
It's better if you're so they can see the screen.
Okay, so you're standing here and you put the camera. Yeah, it's fine.
Is it safe?
Yeah,
It seems like my laptop is going to fall.
just no, it's not falling.
Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. I'm Guillermo Bautista from the Philippines. I'm a PhD student here at JKU, and this is my 2nd month. So please be gentle. So the presentation is on quantifying students' creativity in function arts. So you might be wondering, what is function art? So it is an artwork that incorporates graphs of mathematical functions. So instead of students drawing using drawing tools, students type equations of functions to create artwork. So for example, the one that you see on the screen, the students used 66 functions to create this artwork. Okay, so the students here use 66 functions to create this artwork. However, when we gave the task to the students, we tell them that they can use anything they want, any tools using GeoGebra. So there are also students who used various objects, various mathematical objects like conics, line segments, and of course, they have functions because it's part of the task. Although we did not oblige them, we encouraged them to do it, but we did not oblige them to use functions. So because of that, we have classified the artworks into 3. We have pure function arts, which is mainly purely made of functions. We have hybrid function art, functions, conics plus other objects, and we have organic function arts, which uses functions whenever possible. So here, I don't know if it's possible to see, but the student here used ellipse. So of course, the students don't know how to break the ellipse into arcs in order to make them function. So you just use the the ellipse tool, and possibly type the equations. So the rationale here is the shift from STEM to STEAM. I think most of us know that to incorporate creativity, however, creativity is difficult to measure. So this paper, which is a part of a larger set of papers, or part of the dissertation itself, proposes function art as a way to integrate mathematics, technology, and the arts. And it also proposes how to quantify creativity. So in this particular paper, we try to quantify the creativity in the artwork of students. So these are the questions, but you don't have to read them. In this paper, we just focus on number 2. So for example, number 1 will focus on the content, what are the mathematics the students learn. But for number 2, we focus on assessing the function arts created by students. And for that, we used the Torrance test for creative thinking. The Torrance, the original components are originality, fluency, flexibility, and elaboration. And you can see from the definitions, for example, for the originality, we have statistical rarity of the responses. And we have created a parallel criteria for our component in assessing function art. So for example, for statistical rarity, we use statistical rarity of function use. We also looked at the number of relevant functions, the number of types of functions, and the attention to detail. And these are, we delved into the details of it and try to look at the work of the students. So for example, for statistical rarity, we we give points to the percentage of functions in the artwork, because some of the students, of course, did not use functions, entirely functions, so they use other artworks. And other students divide circles and ellipses into arcs to create functions if they need those objects. Although most of the students just used conics there, like circles and ellipses. You can read later the details. I don't have time to explain them all. And this is an example of student work, how student use inequality. So I think you can see it that the highlights, do you call it eyebrows or eyelashes? I don't know. And of course, the blue part used also inequality, and for the eyes, is it the iris? I don't know. I also used inequality. For the number of functions, we also counted the number of functions. For the initial applets that we checked, the median is around 20, so we put 20 to 29 functions to give 3 points, and then 30 to 39 functions, 4 points, and for more than 40 functions used, we have 5 points. And for the flexibility, the number of categories in the Torrance test, we have the types of functions. So in this case, we are dealing with grade 11 students, so they know, like, I think more than 10 functions already. So we have these types of we have this point system. And of course, if the students are in grade 8 maybe or grade 9, they have less number of functions. So maybe the teacher can change the point system. And for the attention to detail, we look at some of the details that the students, for example, is it the student use appropriate window size? So it's italic because the teacher can exclude it. The more important are the seamless points of continuity, for example. So 5 points for if some, and if all, 1 point. And these are the number of applets that we looked at, but of course we're not done yet. We have 2 schools. The first 2 batches are from one school, and the second batch is from the third batch here is from another school. So we separated those with functions and those without. And out of the artwork with functions, we just chose those with symmetry. So just to have something common among the artwork. So we try to score it, and you can look at it later. And as you can see here, this one has the highest score in terms of creativity. As of now, we're calling it creativity score, but we can change it later. And as you can see, it does not really, the score does not really assesses the aesthetics of the artwork, except on the use of functions. So these are the initial thoughts. It is useful. I think it is useful. And however, it does not assess the aesthetics part of the students. So I think we will come up with another paper. I'm talking to other artists and colleagues also here. Maybe we can come up with another paper which will assess the creativity dimension, the aesthetics dimension of the artwork of the students. Thank you. And just to briefly show you the work of the students. So here are some of the artworks. So I have so many artwork. I have more than 300, and I will have more in the coming weeks, because I will implement it in other schools as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Itano, for your presentation. Some question?
Please be gentle.
This is fun. It's not to be gentle, being gentle with God. So I was just about getting used to it. So okay, it's fine. But now let's not be gentle. But I'm looking at it through the eyes of participation, and I'm wondering the extent to which your students understand what these functions signify. So that's the one thing. Rather than just trying out different functions and looking at the figures without understanding how they are derived and coming up with things that look nice and then they call them art. So it's interesting. It will be interesting to find out how we analyze their micro understanding. But what might be intriguing is that because you're using a dynamic digital medium, to think of art not as still frames, but as frames that are dynamically manipulable. So art is something that moves. So if you think of a different style of artwork, where the students put the dynamic manipulation of the functions to display, and as part of the art that they design.
Thank you very much. Actually, it's Mara here. Mara, I'm working with Mara, and she actually said the same thing. Like, you have to assess what really the students know. So I think, yeah, that's what we're going to do next. Maybe develop some items to assess if there's really a link between the students' artwork and their understanding of functions. Thank you very much for the suggestion.
More questions? Suggestions for Kishan? No?
Wahid?
Wahid?
Oh, you were like.
Okay.
Okay,
Thank
so
you.
thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Yes. So I think it's very good. So we are in the initial phase, and then it's very good. The demo is here, and we have done lots of different studies until we ended up here. So this is only one part of the study, and then it's nicely developing, and it's very impressive.
Okay.
What we have.
Thank you very much.
And then also we have similar kind of arts competitions. For example, in South Africa, we have mathematical arts painting. And then in South America, we have GeoGebra and photos. And then we are developing frameworks, and then we can see that all different kind of arts can be implemented.
And before I end, I just want to say that I'm working with a lot of really brilliant people. Noah is working with me on another paper. Now, this would not be possible without them because I'm really a new researcher. So my background is different. So I'm in computer science and pure mathematics. So this is new for me, mathematics education and STEAM. So it's really great working with you, brilliant people. Thank you very much.
And I wanted to point out not only the pictures, but also how we are summarizing the research, like parliament and Guillermo. So in the past 2 days or the 2 days this week, we had this visualization workshop. How do we visualize ideas into pictures? So now every PhD student is trying to adopt in this kind of way that we need to create a visual image of the ideas. So from now, I think we will have all of the PhD proposals and the end of the proposals to have pictures, because then that is a different idea. But we can have different representations too. So we will have dancing like every, and then with drones, we are developing a project on mathematical dancing. So I think we need to look at all of this kind of transdisciplinarity, and then using the different approaches, with technology, without technology, physical, digital. So I think then that is the idea to have this kind of visualization, and then you can just have the pieces together in this kind of way.
Just small comment. I want to emphasize that it's significant here that you're putting creativity, and also conversation about that A in STEAM being about artfulness and creativity and contribution. So this is very that's a great part. Although I said where is math, and let's talk about math too.
Yes, thank you.
Sure.
So thank you, General.
Welcome, thank you.
Invite our next speaker. Okay. We have the
Hi, everyone. My name is Mehdi. Try to introduce ourselves. So we came from Hungary, and we are not at the university now.
No internet.
Another research group for actually masterminds. I'm listening researcher, and who is one of our researchers. And I'm listening first presentation and over also so it was very interesting to see the presentation, and I think you don't need to be subscribed to myself. You need to write good articles. It's very simple.
That's what
Our presentation is augmented reality applications from kindergarten to secondary school, and we would like to present the experience from our research. In the morning, we have the presentation of the augmented reality, and we don't want to repeat some slides which you have seen already. I hope that
Can I do it?
interesting. We have a lot of experience about augmented reality. We have beginning augmented reality projects about 6 or 7 years ago, and I don't know whether you have information, but the main problem is augmented reality experiments is the applications, because most of the applications are very expensive. Because of not application, mainly marketing and other purposes. And there was an interesting experience that one of the popular applications is simple log from the earlier, and we have lost a lot of material when it happens.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, can we just a minute? If it happens to our presentation. Oh, we want earlier. I don't know what is the problem now.
The internet is not working.
Because
Now?
no.
No?
No.
Then let's check this out.
So we have three experiences. I would like
No,
to
there's one.
present this lecture. First of them is the qualitative study in kindergarten children, and the second study is
Thank you.
in primary school, sixth grade mathematics one, and the third one is in vocational school, 10th grade students.
Nem csatlakozik.
We couldn't present without some.
No.
Okay.
Sorry.
No,
Getting that. Okay. Write the numbers. And we put it there. So do. Yes, for this.
And once again, the title of our presentation is complementary application from kindergarten to secondary classroom.
Nem léptetek?
Oh, it's not. Okay. So let's push it. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. Where is augmented reality located? As shown in the diagram, augmented reality is situated between the real environment and virtual reality. What is the aim of using augmented reality in education? To develop creativity and digital skills, to content the real and digital worlds, support experiential learning methods, to provide visual support for children's understanding of the learning material, to provide active situated learning, content productivity versus consumption, and also to foster students' creativity. What does AR offer for education? It creates an external and internal motivational base for children. It allows for the application of higher levels of cognitive operations,
The picture shows two levels of the extended Bloom's taxonomy application and beyond. Children produce content which requires them to be active. By combining several knowledge areas, it is possible to develop complex competences. Augmented reality in the kindergarten session. Initially, we will only introduce augmented reality for content use. In this way, we bring children closer to lessons that we cannot show them in real life. We can't go on safari and we can't do space travel in the solar system. So we work with animal and the smartest solar system air card. The children show the cards according to their characteristics, discuss them, and finally scan the color picture on the table. Then we check to see if we got it right. Content production is the highest level of the learning process. In kindergarten, we can do this with landscape air and quiver vision. Then the children create their own content by driving, for example, in islands with higher mountains, or by coloring in the life cycles of a butterfly. This research is based on observation. Our experience shows that it is worth using digital learning tools alongside traditional development methods. These methods and tools make traditional lessons more enjoyable and motivate children in remarkable ways. Our own research showed that augmented reality captures the attention of children, which is in itself a primary objective of the methodology. Beyond that, we have the opportunity to deliver additional information that we previously only had the change to deliver through several lessons in a spoon-feed manner way. Thanks to advances in our technology, we can provide rich information to children with sound triggers and mobile tools.
The next project is about augmented reality application in vocational schools. The pilot sample was 28 students at class 11. The average age is 16, 17 years old. And the experimental and control groups design was conducted with 14 participants for class. 2 and 1 girls in the group because it's a technical schools and there are very small part of girls only. The topic of the experiment was to study the basic language instruments, exactly the filters in the language operation system, which was problematic for students in previous years, and we would like to try to new method to teach students these programs. So what was the design of pilot research? The first presentation of the theory for industry comments, providing tutorials for students. After the presentation, they are filled the preface survey. And the survey consists 15 items, and it was about 25 minutes long. After this survey, their exercises about 10 hours per class. It was mainly practical applications and problem-solving situations. The same group has both group has the same exercises, but the experiment group did some homework about creating our applications for homework every student. It means that every student have to create 10 small R trigger and videos about this comments. After this, the filming that was necessary, it was the same as the practice, and it was conducted online in Socrative environment. Here is the application we have used. The name of Hello Air. It can be found in Google Play Store. And there was a problem. It was not every student has an adequate mobile tool for this application. So some of them use simple QR code, and they have to create a video and place them behind the QR code. Here is one of the examples. Can you click on the YouTube link? I don't know exactly. On the YouTube link. I try to show you how can you imagine that.
Nem ugrik át.
Okay. Let's continue this.
Igen, csak most nekem eltűnt. Ja, oké.
So the next slide, we will show you the results of this research.
Please, please have.
The result shows that,
Okay. Ez melyik? Melyikre?
Okay, so you can hear the video behind the QR code. The students wrote about YC command, which is for word count in Linux, and the students. Okay. The results of this project is that both groups has a better results, but there was no significant differences between this.
Nem lép tovább.
Okay.
Oké.
Other
Nem lép.
experiment, we had maybe 6 grade students about mathematics and geometry. Yes, it was conducted in 2023, and in 6th grade mathematics lessons, and also in experiment and in 2 groups design, and the primary and post-test experiment design was used to assess students' performance. And we used an IMF survey for evaluation of some of the participant method operational factors. And in this situation, we get significant results. The experimental group has much better learning and understanding. The limitation of this study that we work with very small groups, only 16 or 17 students. So the next step would be to extend for larger groups. More detailed exploration of this research will be in July in Edinburgh, where comparison here now. So it's very close to us. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you very much. Some question or suggestion maybe? No? Online, no? Okay. Thank you so much. Sorry for the problems. now we found that it's the same thing again. But another presentation is not
Oh.
it's the same thing because means one unfortunately not here, so we can tell you.
So Mitzi is our student from Korea, and then she had to leave on Wednesday or
Yes.
Thursday. So, but she will do this. But you have another.
Yes.
But don't ask too much. Because I have questions for you. I have visual about this project, but yeah, I'm just taking some part in this project. So the fact is how aesthetic appreciation of object influence the design of architecture or 3D modeling. So Sharon has a presentation this morning about the architecture. So we got some inspiration from the student works about the using architectural model in the field application related to the ancient architecture like Songsobe or Scalpel of the student work, or maybe modern architecture like music theater or whatever. Most of the research is more focused on how to enhance mathematical understanding through the use of platform like GeoGebra, or maybe when we make a reconstruction of the architecture for the learning architecture. But in the project, we not focus on the how the mathematical things, but more emphasize to the art, what the aesthetic appreciation. I will show you some pictures. So what is an aesthetic? So this is the picture, the nice picture. If you ever see this, it is an art. It is aesthetic. It is aesthetic.
Someone
Depends on.
that's we before someone just went and ate
For some people, it's like a threat, something like that. But for some people, it's like an art. So aesthetic is a subjective thing from the people. This art called Comedian from Mauricio Catalan, and it's selling 170,000 euros, basically. But there is a meaning behind this art. The banana is a global thing, the food for the global people. That's why the meaning from this art. Not only put the banana and something like that, but yeah. So the aesthetic thing is how people see about something based on the physiological thing or ontological thing about the object. Okay, this is the original, the aesthetic from the Alexander Baumgarten. And what is aesthetic appreciation is people can appreciate something aesthetically when they experience its quality. But quality is not very objective. That's why in aesthetic appreciation, there are 5 key concepts. The first one is qualitative specificity, objectivity, experientiality, cognitivity, and lastly is operable evaluation. And to get aesthetic appreciation, you need to feel the aesthetic experience. And aesthetic experience, there are 3 things like evaluative dimension, or phenomenological or fictive dimension, and lastly semantic dimension. Okay, this is the project. So at first we do a self-study about the evolution modeling of our model of 3D architecture. So we make a 3D modeling, but when you make a 3D modeling, at first maybe you're doing something wrong. So you try to make it perfect. And based on that thing, we have a story behind that modeling. That's why we call it aesthetic appreciation about the 3D modeling. And the second one, after we got that, we doing some teacher training about 3D modeling, but not focus on the mathematical thing, but in the artistic thing. And the third one is teacher and student. For example, in this, so this is the Chomsongde, ancient architecture from Korea. If you just make a 3D modeling about this Chomsongde using on the mathematical thing, maybe we just make it like curvy, something like that. But if you have more aesthetic appreciation about this building, you will be more like emphasizing the layering in this compounding. For example, in this compounding, have a toilet layer in the bottom, in toilet layer in the upper, and also there is some layer. So when we make this modeling, there is some knowledge behind it. So what this we call as aesthetic appreciation. And this one, the Ramos, the West Sumatra, Indonesia. The first one is our design. We just made some design, just do it. But the second design, we put more emphasis about the inspiration, why this building is made. Why? What the inspirational thing about this building? And for example, how we appreciate the building based on the story behind it. So, for example, yeah.
This is yours.
Yeah. So we try to make some picture. What is the historical thing about the building? For example, in the podium, we put like the historical thing. Why the shape is like that? So we put something like that to make more aesthetic to the model. Not only using the mathematical thing, but also the aesthetic. It is the compounding and sorry. And the other like a grain of spider. There is a history behind it. Why the shape is something like that? It's based on the traditional building in that area and also based on the Islamic history. So with this story, we give this story to the teacher and we make teacher to have the awareness about the historical background about the building before they make the modeling about the 3D model. So I think that's all for me. Thank you so much for your attention. Good afternoon. I just have to yeah.
Yes, we have a short presentation. Mufa is presenting online. Maybe he's connected.
Yes.
Musa, you are muted.
Well, yes.
Hello.
Yes, I'm here. I didn't know that Fadlan has finished presenting, eh? So, okay. Can I start?
Yes, of course. You have 10 minutes. I will say
Thank
something
you.
when you are finishing.
Thank you very much. Well, so the title of my project is the marriage between mathematics and language. How can teachers visualize in the classroom? Yeah. So the term marriage here is just used to show the connection. It's not the marriage that they are wedding between mathematics and language. So we are saying in actual life or in real life, we use mathematics and the language as communicative tools. They both communicate. They help us to understand our world. Unfortunately, in the classroom, teachers separate these two things. So when they are teaching about language, they are closing the door. Students cannot think about mathematics. When they are teaching mathematics, students cannot think about natural language. So this has made some students saying, no, I am mathematician per se, I cannot do anything that a language person is doing. And those people who are doing language, they are likely to say, no, I am good at language, I cannot do anything in mathematics. So the question that I'm trying to ask was, how can we visualize this connection, that these things communicate the same thing? How can a teacher connect mathematics and language at the same time? So basically, the thinking was supported by multilateral framework. the main idea for multiliteracy is that recently there is growing connection between various modes of communications in a way that the print text is just being outdated version of communication mode. So people can communicate by combining different forms of communication. And this has facilitated or has led to the theory of multimodality, where they are saying the same thing can be represented in different forms. So it could be in natural language, that is linguistic code, it could be in visual, it could be in science. And the press is saying all these presentations has got their own grammar. So I want to demonstrate how teachers can visualize the connection between mathematics and the language by using two concepts from writing. These are the characteristics or the quality of the good writing, that is coherence and the unit. By coherence in language, it means that you should be writing or organizing your sentence logically. There should be logical flow of your ideas when you're writing. If you look at the passage that I am displaying here, is saying mathematics is inherently abstract. So for children to learn mathematics, it is essential that teachers use multiple instructional approaches. And after saying multiple instructional approaches, is starting the second sentence by saying these approaches. So in this way, we understand the meaning of the pronoun these, because this person has started with multiple approaches. So we can make a reference that these represent multiple approaches. So this is the logical flow. If the sentence could have started with these approaches, it would be very difficult for us to understand what these represent. And if you go to the third sentence, is giving some examples of multiple approaches, saying fingers, counting, gesturing, and so on. We can understand these examples because this person has already talked about multiple instructional approaches. If this person could have started with these specific, then coming to general, probably we could not make a reference that this is referring to multiple instructional approaches. Now, how can this be presented in mathematics? In mathematics, if you talk about the concept of sequence and a series, like here I have written 10, 8, 6, 4. This is a logical organization of the number. There is a logic, somebody can understand why these numbers are in that way. So in this way, we are saying the same idea of coherence that you are explaining in linguistic code that make sure the ideas are organized in a logical flow. You can use numbers, you can use concept from mathematics to explain the same idea of coherence. If you look at the word, if you come to the passage, you find that there is multiple instructional approaches, and these multiple instructional approaches has been illustrated by using examples like finger, counting, gesturing, and so on. These are just examples of multiple instructional approaches. In other words, we are saying the author has communicated something general, then later on has brought some specific elements. This is the same as with the concept of factorization in mathematics. You can see my number, I have 40 as a whole number, but we can factorize it until to the end that we cannot segment it more. So that is the same idea, like writing something general and going to specific. Or another concept is the concept of unit. Unit in language, it entails to ensure that all the sentences are communicating the same idea. That if you are writing your paragraph, make sure your paragraph, all the sentences are communicating the same idea. So if you look at the first sentence, it's saying for children to learn mathematics. If you go to the third sentence, is saying for the beginner mathematics students. In language, these are synonymous words. We understand there is a unit because it's using words with similar meaning. Actually, the synonymity of children and beginner is contextual. Their meaning are not inherently the same, but in this context, we can say they mean the same thing. That children has low understanding of mathematics, the beginner is also having low understanding of mathematics. So that's why I'm saying you can use the synonyms which are permanent or contextual. So in language, children is the same as beginners in this context. This can also be presented mathematically using the concept of division and the ratio concept. For instance, when you say 5 divided by 10 is equal to 5 over 10, at the other time, this is not the same, because here it could be the meaning, the concept of division. But the other time when you say 5 divided by 10, when I'm saying 5 divided by 10 is not equal to 5 over 10, I mean that here 5 over 10 could not be meaning somebody to divide it, but to represent the ratio. But in the first instance where it is equal to 5 over 10, it could mean to divide. So these could be contextually the same, but inherently they are not the same. So again, the concept of unit is shown by using the word multiple approaches and the finger counting, which are specific, saying something. When you say multiple approaches, and when in the other sentence is talking about finger counting and gesturing, is talking about the same thing. We are saying this can be represented mathematically by using the concept of set and the units. With units, when you say 1 year, it could be the same as saying 12 months. You have changed the unit. But with set, when you say multiple approaches, it could be the same as representing the set in mathematics. These specific aspects that represent multiple approaches could be subset of the concept multiple instruction. Then this can also be represented with the concept of mapping relation. So with mapping relation, you can see, I said in the first instance that the word children is the same as beginners. So if you read in the first sentence, you see the word children. When you go to the second sentence where it's saying for the beginner mathematics students, these are matching. Also, multiple instruction approaches can be related to finger counting, can also be related to gesturing. Thank you so much. So this was my visualization of how language and mathematics can be connected in a way that students can see the same thing at once. Thank you, Pastita. I'm done.
Thank you, Musa and Cecilia. On time, perfect. Thank you, Musa, for your presentation. Some questions? Joseph?
Hello, Musa, it's nice to point to this issue. I would like to point also to another relationship which are here, because we think that if we can formulate something which looks like a mathematical problem, it is possible to solve it in mathematical way. But look at this. I will give you 2 problems. First one says, a horse is having 700 kilos. Is the weight.
No, your voice is not that good. I don't get you clearly. I'm sorry. I don't know what's wrong.
No, okay.
The
sound.
Sorry.
I will use another.
Somebody who mentioned like the sound, if you can use that laptop, it will be easy. Yeah. Go.
Joseph is
Thank
doing
you.
here.
Okay.
Better. It's better now, better.
So, a horse is weighing 700 kilograms. What is the weight of 10 horses? Is it so? Then a horse is running on speed 20 kilometers per hour. What is
No.
horse?
It's not good. It's not good. Can you come again?
Okay.
She's listening to this. Okay,
Yeah,
do you hear me now?
Clearly, very good.
Okay, so I repeat. One horse weighs 700 kilo. What is the weight of 10 horses? The other problem, the horse is running on speed 20 kilometers per hour. What is the speed of 10 horses? It looks like same problem, but it's not. And the difference is in language, not only in language, it's in our knowledge what is difference between weight and speed. So
what we have to know when solving mathematical problems is context more
Yeah.
than, yeah. So
Yes.
this is not only about language and mathematics, it's about language, mathematics, and context.
Great. I agree with you. That's why when I was mentioning the question of synonymous words, I was saying these will depend on their context. Sometimes could be equal and sometimes cannot be the same. Thank you
Yeah.
so much. Yeah, I agree with you.
Thank you, Joseph. Do we have any more questions or comments for Musa? No? So we will have, so thank you very much for your presentation. He sees someone. And now we have a coffee break.
Yes. And after the coffee break, we have Branko, can you give us a teaser what is coming after the coffee break?
Please. We can do it with both microphones. So people will really listen.
Thanks, Musa. Everyone is interested.
Yes.
Branko gives the workshop with Phyllis. So.
No, Phyllis is yeah, coffee break and then 10 minutes. 10 minutes, yes, that's right. Because we will finish earlier and we will catch some sun. And we are apologize the sun was delivered a little bit late. We deliver it for Friday, for Wednesday, but it's possible.
Yeah, but Miriana arranged it finally. We need to give the Poly Universe too.
Do you need any technical support?
Yes.
Don't worry.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
You
we will
should
give
give
a special for you.
Yeah.
You'll got it.
Are you using your computer?
Yeah.
Perfect. You're connecting to Zoom and
Yeah, that.
what do you need?
uh,
You need to connect your computer to Zoom and then share your presentation. Yes, I don't have the link.
I have
Let's see, have the link.
not the link.
But
I
you have it.
both.
Then.
You have
No,
it.
that's a
It is
recording.
be
It's a
Joining
recording.
online. Yes.
Yeah. Join meeting.
Yes. Really?
And terminal.
Okay.
And then just
Share your screen.
perfect.
Okay.
You have it.
Right.
Very efficient.
Hmm?
Very efficient. And you're going to stand there or move around. So I will
Very
put
big area.
I will put the camera facing that way so you can,
But then you can move.
or you can just place Branko here.
Yeah.
Stay in front of the
Take it
camera and
off.
say hi.
Bueno,
Sí.
es algo que te sirve.
Sí, no sé si me va a servir.
Una reunión a las 4, si con un rato voy salgo de reunión. Así que estoy muy ocupado en el
Sí.
después nos tengo que hablar.
No, solamente.
Welcome. No, no, not right now, but I soon leave. But I'm so sorry for that. Now I need to open it. Now I went back to the office. And I was like, so then I was sitting there, it's like I was sitting there, I'm so sorry. I'm sorry, because I didn't know where we would be going. And then, you know, everyone went back. And I was like, we went to our presentation, so I'm eventually, because I was looking for you and but you already know. You have a trainer.
Yes. Yes. Something that's very hard to function. Oh.
That's great.
Thank you.
Yeah. You're not making any. Sorry, ruined it on purpose. He knows how to make one. Also. Yes, of course. I need take a picture of how I arrange this place. I cannot show it. I'll show you. Forget my. Yeah, Liliana. Stay there. Yes. Is it good?
You can draw Branco there.
Yeah. Where is he?
You can have him as a monster. That's fine for me.
Yeah. Come on. This is Harvard.
Yeah,
And Liliana.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, you're ready.
Always
That's not welcome.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I know.
We are visiting
Yeah. But that's exactly some
Yes.
but I can share that this go as I haven't learned about
Yes.
Yeah, so when this collaboration and present
the same for all of you. It's not far away. It's easy to go. We are going to drive in traffic. Thank you very much. You look forward to. Yes. Yeah, so really, you could do
Sorry? Yeah.
How many? 3, 6.
Our superstar just came into the.
But you should have you visited us? Did you visit our platform?
From outside.
Okay, please. Okay. Okay. I will. I will. do that. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, definitely.
It's going to treat this content. I have
Yeah,
until 8
yeah, I just need to follow the team and then you just, we can, yeah, we can do it together. Maybe you should start, if you start earlier, you will finish earlier, so you will be free to go out, enjoy the sun, and the things which happening. Promises, yeah. The workshop is about computational thinking. Felicia some intro activity, then I will proceed and Felice will finish. So as you can see, Felice is like the big star, which is opening and ending the show, like just players until she is ready. So player feeling the guys.
You are so kind, Franco. Welcome, everybody. Thanks. Thank you. We will do a workshop about computational thinking and integrating computational thinking through unplugged science activities into STEM education. First, Branko will talk about polyuniverse and its opportunities, and then I will talk about computational thinking and computer science education. Then we will finish with a small unplugged CT activity with this workshop. Thank you. Let's start. Oh yeah, I see. Sorry, I forgot it. We have a Mentimeter game or application to just warm up ourselves. Please join it, and we'll see the results together. Is it okay? There is said there is no sound. Is there anything wrong? I think everyone has already finished. Okay. We can see the results here. When someone says unplug computer science, you are thinking about without electricity. It's so interesting because it's the first time I heard it. Block programming, algorithmic thinking, computer sequence, use technologies unplug, debugging. Yeah, good answer. Thank you. We will discuss it later. And the next one. Okay. Is there anyone answering?
There is one more question.
Now we can answer.
Okay.
Oh, there are 3 questions here. Please answer all of them.
But we can only answer once you.
When you open it, then they can answer.
Yeah, let's see. Really? There is a... Yeah, it's coming from. Yes, of course.
But you should return.
I think it's okay also. And the last question, that's present here. I think everybody, most of our listeners are covered in computational thinking. Answers are coming. Get to know something more about it. I hope I can understand how to implement unplugged CS in class. I hope so. Get to know something more about it. Thank you. Very nice. Let's see, is there any difference? We will see together. I think we can go, Franco, because we got all the answers from our listeners.
So now back in the universe for project. When I write here, this 1 year, 11 months, 50 days old. This was my first task to work on this project. Actually, it's one educational game which you saw the days the table. The game by itself was invented by Janos. The way to game is hiding behind combination of different shapes, objects, and colors combination. And the game was awarded by 2 Erasmus Plus projects. The first one happened before I arrived in Greece, and the purpose of that project was to explore possibilities to use this game in children education, mostly kindergarten students and primary school students. The purpose of this project was to educate teachers how to use this game in education. The game by itself consists of 3 boxes. One of them is made by triangles, second by circles, and fourth one by squares. Each of shapes is colored with different colors, red, yellow, blue, and green, and the total game package is made of 24 elements. If you analyze a little bit the whole universe shapes, all of them are made from using similar approaches. But I would like to use the pointer. I cannot find it. Yes, I'm trying, but I also. But then, okay, then your idea how this works. Similar colors head of Madonna and the less concepts. Okay. One is small part in the set 2 is medium part, 4 is large one, and total figure is basic part of the elements. In the square, as you can see, there is a one hole. If you analyze a little bit more in the details, the circle is not all circle, it's a little bit. There is some very specific rules in the games regarding connecting the parts when we are playing with the games, but and I will explain them now, and then I will comment on it later. So there is an option to connect same size in the game, no matter the colors, same colors. So in the second picture, there is like blue part is considered as connection points, verticals in case of the circles, or same color, same size. Also, there is an option to connect the figures by sliding. So, for example, this is one to connect figures. Of course, this is just something that is recommended by author of the game. However, the game is open for additional rules, so the players can add or exclude some of the rules in game playing. We use this to train an in-service teacher how to use this in education, and we get some feedback from teachers that this increases student combinatorics, creativity, motivation, spatial orientation, and motivates students to participate in learning activities. I will just show some examples. Of course, I think biological one. This is example developed in collaboration with Era Schindler. She presented yesterday, and this is life cycle of butterfly. The students were supposed to read a description of learning material from the textbooks, and then using the body universe set visualize these slides I did it. The life cycle butterfly. Another one is mathematical example. This was done by this was created by one math teacher in Linz. They use polymer set to create the next different geometrical figures. In this case, pyramids. This is chemical examples. As you can see, in this case, they combine plastic straws with the polyuniverse games to create the models of molecules. As here we can see, like we can set additional rules and additional examples in the game. So it's not called set of the rules which we cannot increase or decrease the rules or add additional rules. This is one really interesting metaphorical example. You should discover which figure from poly universe that can be here. Maybe some mathematicians can do it in a minute. Which figure will fit? Here is the end of the question. Or the air is moving combinatorics again. Green with red. Okay, let's try it. This one. Oh, congratulations. Yeah, that's it. We use it also to teach some basic geometrical shapes, the students with disabilities. This was example for students with cognitive disabilities. He was supposed to explore the shapes and then connect the paper which is the name of the shape in the figure. And it was also one of the possibilities. We use also because we use DPA to teach computational thinking university perspective of mathematical teachers, and then we create set of the rules and ask students to follow these rules and create a figure, and then describe how they get a figure. So this is one of the possible solutions. So we ask them to explain where they follow the rules, and this is just an example of solution. Again, one task, maybe someone who is very fast in math can use these rules and provide a code. There is not only one solution. You need to describe the figure following these rules. So sliding connection is -1, vertical connection 0, square 1. Oh, so hard. I expected a little bit more, but yeah. Here it is. Usually when you're programming and developing something, I learned that this process that I prepare this learning teaching materials, there is the programming something, there is no one way, there is no one right solution, there is errors. That's what the reason why we provide two solutions. And taking into consideration that old man, I forgot actually to explain what is computational thinking, but I have expert. So at least you proceed and clarify what is actually computational thinking, the correct definition. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Branko. You are always great. And it's a very honor for me to collaborate with you. And I know everybody is talking about computational thinking, but nobody knows what exactly it means. It's too hard to explain because it belongs to computer science and computer science concepts and other things. But the idea is based on Pepper's work, which is published by Peppers in 1980, Lego programming. Pepper's idea is he wants to every children learn programming, and he tried to develop a game about it and integrate this game into math education. So computer science is a subset of math. So we have to close related area and discipline. But nowadays in 1980s, nobody could understand what does it mean and what peppers want to do. So after 2006, Bing published a paper about computational thinking, and then the computational thinking term has been exploded in educational area. She explained computational thinking as CT involves solving problems, designing systems, and understanding human behavior by drawing on the concepts fundamental to computer science. She has also a very different definition of computational thinking in 2011. There are also some other concepts like algorithmic thinking, and there was a question about what is the difference between algorithmic thinking and computational thinking. There is a big difference between them. For example, computational thinking has four core concepts. We will explain it later. One of them is algorithm design. Algorithmic thinking is all about designing algorithms to solve problems. Computational thinking is all about solving problems using computer science concepts. So let's continue. And what is the relation between computer science education and computational thinking? There's a good paper about it. I like this paper. Hanganlay published it in a good journal. And they say computer science is an academic discipline. It's also true. Encompassing principles such as algorithms, data structures, programming, computer architecture, and computer organization. Computational thinking is a broadly applicable set of problem-solving skills that includes abstraction, decomposition, pattern recognition, and algorithm thinking, the four core disciplines, concepts of computational thinking. These are also very hard to understand. I appreciate every effort on it because we don't provide enough education our teachers or professors teachers about computer science. Also, many countries don't have any computer science teacher in their countries or any lectures. But the first and the most important concept about computational thinking is decomposition. Decomposition means breaking down problems into smaller ones. When you clean your room, you may put together to-do list. We can explain it in daily life in that way. The other is an important one, pattern recognition. It's also all about artificial intelligence. If you are very interested in chat robots today, you should know about pattern recognition because these computer programs are related to pattern recognition with huge database. They are trying to find similar patterns in database and should create new formulations to find new ones. Pattern recognition. If you like playing games about like Uno, checkers, mancala, you should be aware of pattern recognition in daily life. Abstraction is another hard part, but your researchers, you should write abstract of your papers. It actually means something like that. What about when you write an abstract? You should generalization of your study, and focus on the big picture. And most important, you should exclude the unnecessary information. So one reader sees your paper, your abstract of paper, he or she can understand easily it's important for her or not. So abstraction is all about in daily life. Algorithm design, the last and the biggest step, if you finally find a solution for your problem, you should create an algorithm to solve it in a computational manner. So step-by-step instructions to solve a problem means algorithm design. We have two important terms, by the way, about computational thinking. One of them is computational concepts, the other one is computational practices. Computational concepts are sequences, loops, parallelism, events, conditionals, operators, data are computational concepts used for programming. As Branko showed to us, actually there are some loops in the example and conditions to create this picture with polyuniverse game. So computational practices are developed when engaging with computational concepts. It's also important because it's the way of our understanding the computational work, and it shows how we see the computational work of this problem solving. So computational practice is focused on the process of thinking and learning, moving beyond what you are learning to how we are learning. So this is also a good paper of Bren and Resnick. Everybody knows about Resnick who use Scratch in their teaching and learning, I know. Which tools can help us to enhance computational practices? We can use unplugged programming, block-based programming, text-based programming, web-based programming, or physical programming tools to enhance computational practices of our students. Actually, there is an order here, because if you are a beginner, you should begin with this phase. If you are an advanced programmer, you can go with physical programming or web-based programming. There is an order here. For example, for preschool children, you recommend to begin with unplugged programming, not the robotic one, because it will be so confusing for them. But unplugged programming also, these activities are also very enjoyable for them. These are games, and you can even create based on your teaching subject or with your materials. Block-based is for primary school teaching. Actually, in middle or high school level, it will be boring for the students. So there is an order here if you want to follow. What is computer science unplugged activity? It's also again related to math educators. They wanted to create and engage computer science concepts into math education, and they Bell is a famous one, wrote a book about computer science unplugged with his fellows. It's open and online, you can find it easily. This book contains 20 activities of unplugged computer science, and all of them are related to math education. You can easily use them into your teaching. And CS Unplugged approach refers to the teaching of CS or computational thinking concepts without using computers. It's so easy. We have a game today. As you can see, we will only use papers and pens. And I think to integrate computational thinking into our teaching and learning process is a very big opportunity to start from here, because this approach emphasizes practical experiences to teach complex CS concepts without computers.
And there is a short video. I will skip some parts of the video, but I want to share it to you.
You're not making any sense. Sorry, you ruined it on purpose. He knows how to make.
This father tries to teach their
Really go for it.
children unlock computer science.
Do you guys think you can write down some instructions and teach me how to make a peanut butter and jelly sandwich?
Yeah.
Then do it.
I knew we were gonna do this. I heard Dad talking to Mom.
Choke yourself on my hand. Sometimes they do what you tell them.
Dad, I'm done.
Step 1. Get 2 pieces of bread out. Got 'em. Get a butter knife and get some PB. Take 1 piece of bread, spread it around with the butter knife.
No, Dad, with the peanut butter.
I'm just doing what it says. It says take 1 piece of bread, spread it around with the butter knife.
Hold on.
Get some jelly, rub it on the other half of the bread.
No, Dad, open the jelly.
Well, it doesn't say to do that. Put the breads together on top of each other. Take a big bite. This doesn't taste like a peanut butter jelly sandwich. Fail.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Sorry, I had to make it extremely specific.
Oh, good. I'm starving. Take 2 pieces of white bread out of the bag. Take the lid off the jar of peanut butter. Get a butter knife and stick it inside of the peanut butter jar. With the knife, scoop a bit of peanut butter out of the...
That means like a lot.
A bit means a lot?
In my world.
Spread your scoop of peanut butter onto 1 of your pieces of bread with the knife. All right. There we go.
You're doing better than before, though.
Open the jelly jar. Squeeze it onto the other piece of bread.
No.
Done. Closer. Get 2 pieces of bread. Get some peanut butter. Take the peanut butter. I'm glad I made that for you. I'm glad I made that for you.
Can I have this one with it?
Yeah, go take that one to mommy.
Okay.
She's very angry with her dad now.
I edited a bit.
Take 2 pieces of white bread. Take the lid off the jar of peanut butter. Get a butter knife and stick it inside the peanut butter jar. With the knife, scoop some of the peanut butter out of the inside of the jar. Spread your scoop of peanut butter onto the face of 1 of your pieces of bread with the knife. Squeeze some jelly onto the other piece of bread. Spread the jelly on the bread with the butter knife. Put your 2 pieces of bread, peanut butter and jelly sides together. Done.
Now eat it.
Not the best,
Well, you made it.
but
so
I think it qualifies.
Woo!
That's a win.
Yeah, it's the best video on YouTube about computer science unplugged approach. So CS unplugged approach is very effective in introducing programming ideas and algorithms before students put them into practice on a computer. And it also has a lot of advantage because CS unplugged activities can be less intimidating for teachers without a CS or programming background, and avoid high costs such as teaching coding or managing hardware, etc. So we have an unplugged activity. Branko, please come here. Please make groups in 3 or 4 people. Great. Yes. Join us.
Thank you. Do you want to play? Group, please. Just a little bit information about the table. Please fill the table during your discussion. But these two questions at the end of the table, please pick them at the end of the activity. Thank you. And what is it about? This is the sample of data we should send to the other part. And please choose a sender and a receiver. For example, you can be a sender, she can be a receiver in that group. And create a strategy to send this data to the sender, because we will give you some.
We need one receiver and one sender, not a receiver and sender.
One receiver, one sender.
Okay.
That's all.
But you're sending information.
Like only click. You should use only 10 clicks or other sounds you will prefer. I don't know, but you should create an algorithm or strategy to send this data to the sender, and the sender will fill these empty tables with your data. Okay?
Maybe I can explain why it's better. Get you more familiar. For example, we can develop stuff because we can start from this point for this task. We can start like this, or like this. We can develop the strategy. We want to start with the red part first. The eye to make this flash. So she knows when she needs to follow this. The reach here is starting with 2 red. And then, for example, we can decide the green is 3 in the row. So following next. Right.
10 or 15 minutes enough to think and practice strategizing. And we can answer questions during this time. We can start. Yes. Let's try. Oh, I think and then will be the receiver. Let's see. We practice strategy something like this. We will go through that line, or we will go through that line. And we practice strategy about 2 clicks for red color, 1 click for that color. In other words, from left to right or from top down. You know, yeah. Now I'm clicking and here's picturing the here. Something like that. And then the activity, we will compare the first one and the last one.
You are citing the standards. Just like standards. You are.
Yeah.
Strategy.
Finishing your strategy, designing your strategy, they will call macroeconomic to here. So see the how it works. What we are interested on also. Sorry. Now we have to work and we are getting tested. Yeah.
Yeah, so the other is fine. Next slide. Hello. No, green. Next slide.
Five last minutes for practicing strategy development and then we are.
Have a strategy.
You can hold your president first. Okay. Okay. Remember what comes here. Who is the receiver and who is the sender?
Actually, we can all in this row, but these are the receivers. We are the senders. Oh, we have this receiver and all of us.
Perfect. Please come. This is green, right? So it's green. Yeah. Come here, please. Here, yeah.
Okay, well, good.
It'll be funny. Receiver. Here. Here.
You are only receiving.
No, here. Like, yeah. Blank. Everyone and observe the presentation. If it works, please declare.
And then let's declare our pattern.
Now, please explain your strategy.
Our strategy was that we designed a sound for each color and we designed a sound, we decided on the direction of how the information will go. We decided on other constraints such as start and end. So we kind of packed, such as is common in computer science, we packed our information with headers and before and after. Understand, making it understandable when they begin. And also in itself about some other things such as next line, which is the sound, and then we tried to memorize all of it, we got confused, and now we get
but very good. Okay, shall we start now?
Yes.
Please be quiet. I will count to 3. Or count after action. Doesn't matter. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I am nice. You will hear yeah. And we have 2. Okay. 3, 4. Please start.
shoes. Oh, that is have to go down. Yay. Yay.
To send your data and then compare it. Yes. And remember. Yay. Yay. Perfect. Oh my God. This is perfect. You want stability or both? You want to be second one? Take your time with
Which was better is
Sorry, it was my fault.
because
Yeah.
I agree. Because we send the data from the us to the rest of them using one independent sound, which means that you cannot hold data on the box or the otherwise then with a random sound. But for example, the people have a program like I didn't understand. I can get to the day is another sound. What isn't on the school class one, but it wasn't here. Actually, how many ones?
4 9.
And you count it for 400 sounds days, then it is the back.
So they have. Yeah.
It's more challenging. Yeah. It wasn't actually. So. Yeah. You're right, well, there shouldn't be a sound, but it should be a.
How many points did this group get? There are 99 colors, I would say 9.
Just like in the language, the information must be Can I comment now or later?
We would like to ask you to fill those tables. If it will be useful for us later, so it will be really thankful if you just take like a minute just filling. That would be great.
If you want.
Yeah.
Because it's what it is. Okay, so.
It's more challenging.
I was supposed to do that. Trying to approaches. First meeting here. And then we go around and change something. Because then, we will do stuff for the one side, which are. So I'm organizing, because then we see it.
Actually, we have researchers. That's just so to me, it's because that's the but it should be revised sounds and give sounds. Very good.
First position. Yeah. Yes. Yeah, maybe, yeah, yeah. Yeah.
Yes.
I know. Yeah. No, that is always. Yeah. I don't know.
Yes.
Well, just decide on them. So. Yeah, it's the father. We know the last one. Yeah. Unless. Unless there is only one. No, that is one cost. No, I'm trying to say. We have actually 4. Yeah. So far. Yeah. Yeah, you should minimize. Yeah. But some people have to be on the side. Ah, yeah. That's no, you want without. Like this, one. Knowledge base. Ah, okay. That's the original size. This is because we can see.
There, the contribution is for.
No, I just.
And then.
She's not. So, do you mean the environmental? I don't know next week. Oh, we do with the. You don't make the different. Yeah, but. It's more different. Yeah, but,
Why do you have
I think you should.
like just
You want some?
And I think.
Shall I? Yeah, you start. Yes. You would raise now. Before this, president. Okay, there are something. Start.
Should we take another one? So,
Okay.
Directly working. It's like in program.
They're not going around with it, and it's not something that you have to process. Sorry, I didn't see. But it's not always. I think it's always. Okay.
Well, what we actually. Would you like to explain?
Sure, sure. Okay, so.
Let me just take this.
Yeah, sure. So we had a cycle order. So it comes blue first, then it's yellow, then it's red, and then it's green. Always like that. And the first, blue is 1, yellow is 2, red is 3, and green is 4. So the first time he makes a noise, a pen click, it says the first layer. So we choose the first layer. Every color is the same for the ones that are green. Obviously, right? So in this case, we will do one click, and we write everything in blue. Every cell is a blue cell. And then comes yellow. So what yellow needs to communicate is the position of the yellows. And we go rows, column, it's a yellow. Then row, column is a yellow, twice, because we know it comes in pairs. And then we go to red, and it gives the position of red, row, column, and then it gives the position of the greens, always in that order. In the worst case scenario, we sort of discriminated is 31 things. I did that for the clicks also. It's just. No, like you went gathering as much clicks as you can. Yeah, we was it.
You didn't even know what the algorithm behind, so you don't try to run.
yeah, we want to avoid this, right? So the first thing we decided how to put this, and we put the color that is the most common, at the bottom, because these are trees here, right? So they avoid the trees. The next points. No, but it's the other.
But every algorithm has different solutions, so it's that working algorithm, that's all. But the complexity of algorithm is bigger than that one, but it works also.
It's just
That's the point.
This one respected the rules. So
Yeah, what is the very?
Point four.
Yeah. Perfect, thank you.
Very well. Now it's time for comments. If someone wants just to provide some feedback, comments, anything.
We were just happen that we would not have understood what the other group would have. So we would have been possible to understand without learning a lot, observing a lot what they wanted to pass and which colors. So we were thinking, first of all, we have also decipher and decoding and encoding problem. Yeah, basically, we do not all have the same sounds or the same strategies to communicate things. So we have a decoding and encoding problem, and also a classification problem. So in which way we approach the problem and which things we approach. We both similar had the ideas that there were 4 colors. So we had the classification into 4 colors, but we classified into colors and actions, whereas they went in cycles, which is completely a different approach.
Any other suggestions? I would like to say something.
Yes, we find approach because we were given the 3x3, not any other general. So we said, okay, strategies, low level from the beginning, we simplify that. So we just assign codes for the colors and for that, no one signaling the line or this data or anything, just and we end the colors we select RGB because it's common association plus the Y, which is from yellow. So we know that we will remember the things and we will associate them to the colors. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. But lots of assumptions.
Yes. Or maybe just my brain is not working anymore doing because it's very hard for me to read the instructions if I don't know using the instruction. I'm already implementing the game, right? Yeah. So maybe make the instructions further, like this is okay for us, like professionals, but it's okay. Or the kids maybe further instruction. If it's possible, of course, you then maybe further. Yeah, like encode and decode using templates and then 1 sentence for that process. I don't know. Yes, or no.
Play is better than quality.
What you just said is really important about currently our state of mind working properly. And a different topic, but it's really important to me. We basically in the beginning we had the development of a recipe, a very written recipe for doing English. And people with dementia have problems doing this. So maybe this is also an opportunity to make you guys aware how complex the things are that we do during our daily lives and our routines for us, but that are extremely complex to do and to follow instructions. So simplification of instructions and being clear and having a state of mind. I think this is important in particular in education, because I believe that maybe some students are not always here with their brains. They're physically there, but not always with their minds. Maybe they are preoccupied. Or if they are older and still need to learn things or should learn new things, and maybe they need a different language for their instructions. I believe this is also really, really important. Yes.
But overall, it was excellent activity.
Yes. It could really. Thank you. Yes, we learned something that we had Thank you very much. Thank you.
I have an idea of making this story. That maybe this information package game could be used that young people or the passenger could give information to the receiver, which from these parts you choose. So the first, whether it is stable or stable, and then which from this. It could be also possible such
Actually, when I prepared this material for training with teachers, we use both universe and computational thinking started from one week published in Raw Education. They teach secondary school students to describe digestion in the human body by using numbers from 0 for 9 or 4. And when I read the description of the task, I tried to do that by myself, and I was able. And I took biology textbooks for secondary school, which was my hobby, and I tried it, and it wasn't possible. And then I read the paper at the end, and they were like, the paper is represents 4 different examples that he thought I had. Each groups develop different approaches, and I saw examples. It was totally logical. So I developed my own. But beginning it was pretty like it's wrong, it's an unconsistency. That's it. I will leave the final words. No. Then I will. Thank you for having ideas, and thank you for giving this course. Yeah, at least it really restructured computation thinking, so I believe maybe we can turn it into something better in the future. Thank you very much. Outside, arrived what you all do very better, so enjoy links, and for those who are staying, see you on Monday. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for participating to our talks. Thank you. Help.